Good morning. Hello, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports, 710, seattlesports.com, and the Seattle Sports app as well. And, it's good to have you here. We talked podcast yesterday. We talked about all of the podcast platforms where you can find us, like Apple and, Spotify, YouTube, the whole deal. Just find us wherever you do, and we'd love to talk to you. Lyle, it sounds like we're good to go for you to watch Terminator 2. This weekend, is that on tap? Is that the plan?
Per you and Brock, yeah.
Per me and Brock, I think it's time. So what I thought I would do, since you're going to watch it, and it is a great movie, and unfortunately, it's a little hard to like. One of the hard parts with movies that are like groundbreaking and special effects is that it never really works when you go back and watch them years later, right? Like, the Ten Commandments is probably the best example of this. When they figured out a way to make the water, hold off on either side so that the Hebrews could walk through. And, in 1955 or whatever, it was groundbreaking. And my parents and other people were like aghast that they could do it. When you watch it now, it looks pretty hokey, right? I am a little curious what Terminator 2 looks like now to somebody who wasn't there for the groundbreaking special effects. It's essentially, if I'm not mistaken, one of, if not the first CGI movie where people were like astounded of what they could do. So when you watch it, you'll probably have to understand that a lot of the visual in the moment had never been seen before.
All right. I mean, I still really like the movie Hoosiers, and that's not sound basketball being played in that movie.
That's for sure. That is definitely true. That's a really good point. But it is, I'm curious how it looks. I'm going to try to watch it this weekend with my kids. My kids haven't seen it either, but I think I'll try to watch it this weekend with them so that we can all be on the same page on Monday, reflecting back on one of the great movies that I've ever seen, Terminator 2. Also, this morning, I want to start with something, but I'm not sure that anybody else cares as much as I do. But I guess that's sort of what my little 6 a.m. segment is for, to talk about something that interests me, whether or not anybody else is particularly upset about it or not. The Kraken thing's really starting to piss me off, Maura. I'm pretty upset about what this team is and what they look like and why they're not better than they are. There've been a lot of really iffy decisions made that have led to a team that just isn't very good. And last night was like your perfect example of it. Like they played well, they give up kind of a lousy goal, they get down 4-1, they battle hard. Like I think they got a coach that keeps them battling hard. Bilesman knows what he's doing, and they battle and they fight their way back, and then they lose 4-3. And there's just like a lot of guys in the team that are almost good enough for what they're being asked to do. There's a lot of almost good enough. And you kind of go up and down the list. Like Matty Beniers. Okay, he was the number 2 overall pick. He's almost good enough to be in the spot he's in. But he doesn't quite have the scoring touch or whatever it is. He doesn't quite have the physicality. He's a good defensive player, but he hasn't developed into a great defensive player. And so he's like almost good enough. Shane Wright. His offense has been phenomenal the last couple of weeks. Seriously, he's finally starting to look like the type of player that he was drafted to be and that he was rumored to be before he was drafted a year before then, where he was supposed to be the consensus number 1 overall pick. And then he kind of didn't have a great year, and he slips to number 5 where the Kraken take him. And you're seeing some of the offense. He had another goal last night, and he probably could have had 2 more. And then he makes a defensive mistake that leads to a brutal goal, and you're just like, oh my gosh, just a killer. It's good on one side, bad on the other. You spent a ton of money on guys like Stevenson and Montour, and you're just like, are you getting anything for that? More than you're getting on Andre Burakovsky, I guess. But those guys cost real money. Those were like legitimate big money, or at least medium to big money signings that have gone nowhere. And now you approach a trade deadline on Friday, and every single observer or insider in the NHL is like, yeah, they're not very good. They're going to have to do something about not being very good. Here's Elliot Friedman, who's a big-time NHL insider type, on his podcast, which is called 32 Thoughts.
This trade deadline could be very interesting because I think Seattle has a big decision to make in overall franchise direction. It's been a hard year for them, and so I don't even think this is a trade deadline discussion. This is a philosophical discussion for them too. Where do they want to go? What you have to do for me, if you're Seattle, is you have to finish strong at home. You know, Gord Stellick's old saying, if you're going to stink on the road. I think that's very important right now. You have to give your fans your money's worth to the end of this season, and they played really hard and really well in beating Vancouver the other night. I look at them and say, finish strong, at least at home, and give some optimism and figure out your direction.
Excuse me. I appreciate the idea from Elliot, and I think he's absolutely right. All of this is not just about whether or not I want the team to win. I think we all do, fine. But whether or not hockey's going to catch on here, whether or not hockey's going to become a thing. And it's not going to unless the team gets good. There are fans like me, and I'm sure there's a couple of us out there who are going to watch regardless. Like, it's in my calendar. What am I going to do last night? 7 o'clock. I'm going to turn on the game. That's what I do. It's just automatic. I'm not necessarily building my entire life around watching a regular season hockey game. Don't get me wrong. If I had somewhere to be last night, I would be there. But I'm at home. 7 o'clock hits. I turn on the game. That's just what I do. I love hockey. And I'm rooting for this team. This is my team. I watch them as often as I can. So when they're on, I watch. I'm sure there are other Kraken fans like that who, when the team is on, you turn it on, you watch it, because that's what you do. And it doesn't matter whether they're good or bad, because that's your team and you watch. But there aren't that many of us. Certainly not enough to sustain, as he mentions, the ticket prices and the price for food and everything else at the beautiful arena that they've built. And, you know, with the in their case, sort of the threat for everybody else, it's excitement. But with the potential, you know, threat coming of a basketball team to the Kraken, you better pick it up, because you go from being the shiny new toy that everybody's excited about to being old news in a hurry.
Well, you talked about kind of the money they spent this offseason and how they got a couple guys that weren't exactly cheap, but yeah, it kind of reminds me of what people have complained about with the recent Mariners offseasons. Like, you've talked for a while about how the Kraken kind of need a star. I think maybe they've been waiting to see if a Beniers or a Wright or someone is going to step into that role. It hasn't happened. They went out and got some guys that they did spend some money on, but they weren't stars. And they lost in that process some of the depth that they had that was what got them to that playoff run against the Avs. And I think now they need to decide which direction they want to go. Do they want to try to rebuild that really deep roster that they had? Do you want to go after a star? But it seems like there's not exactly an identity right now.
That's incredibly well said, and you're absolutely right.
You also have to wonder how the players feel about that, because another thing Elliot Freeman said was that he thinks that Brandon Tanev's going to get dealt because neither side is really interested in an extension.
Yeah, and
like,
you
he
know
doesn't
what?
want to be here.
And I wouldn't really be that interested in an extension for Tanev either. If I was the Kraken, like, I don't feel like they've gotten their money's worth on Brandon Tanev at all, and I don't think that I would be looking to sign him to a long-term deal either. I don't think he's going to get better in the next few years than he's been, and he's been injury-prone, and he brings a little bit of grit and physicality, scores the occasional goal. But I don't feel like he's been the fire starter that everybody hoped he would. Quite frankly, I know they're trying to sign Yanni Gourde. I don't feel like he's been that either. I mean, he's been good, but he was the first real pick that this franchise made in the expansion draft. And the hope was that he was going to go from being a third-line center to a first or second-line guy, and he's not. No. I see him last night. He's playing almost like a fourth-line guy at times. I know he's coming back from being injured. But all of these guys have been a little disappointing. All of them have been a little disappointing. None of them, they haven't all been horrible. They've gotten rid of the guys that are horrible, other than Burakovsky, who's just been a mess. But for the most part, they've all just been a little disappointing.
Joey Decourt's probably the only guy that's, exceeded expectations.
100% right. So, look, I want them to get this thing fixed, and I just don't see how that's going to happen with the same guy building the team that's been building it since the team was conceived. And I have no ill will towards Ron Francis. Met him once or twice. As I've told you guys many times, my wife is completely in love with him. And if she hears this segment, there's a decent chance she'll be super mad at me because she grew up rooting for Ron Francis above all else. She loves him. Her whole family does. So I hope none of them hear this. But guys, if you want this team to be good, you can't keep dishing out money for names like Burakovsky, Stevenson. Like, they haven't worked. You've got to find somebody who's going to get this right. And I am passionate about it. I know not everybody is, so I'm not going to spend the whole day complaining about this. But whatever you do with the trade deadline, the Lewicki and the people above him need to be, I think, heavily involved because they've got to have an idea of where they want this thing to go in the offseason, not just over the next couple of days. Anyway, 425 says no one cares about hockey. Well, I'm glad that you have such a pulse on everybody in the city and you know exactly what they want. Plus, I told you, I know no one cares. I care. And this is my time. Mine alone. You have to suffer through it. That's how I feel about you guys today. All right. Coming up next, we will give you guys everything you need to know. I promise, about much more important subjects like the Mariners playing today in Cactus League action, like the Seahawks cutting a bunch of guys that they spent money on. That's all coming up next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans?
With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. Yeah, I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 2 tickets to see Dave Matthews Band at the Gorge Friday, August 29th. Head to seattlesports.com/win to enter and see contest rules. That's seattlesports.com/win for your chance to win.
Spring is finally here, and so are spring projects. So get them started at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. This weekend, save on products like pressure washers for $69.99, 42-inch roller cabinets for under $500, plus 30% off Hercules corded power tools. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 3/9/25 while supplies last. Limitations apply, so spring in before it's over.
Empower.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob all this week from 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo.
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it's rare these days in the NFL to have too many surprising cuts. For the most part, I think we all know what's coming. And yesterday went pretty much as predicted for the Seahawks. They did release 4 players for cap purposes. Dre Jones, Rayshon Jenkins, George Fant, and Roy Robertson Harris all move on. The move saved the team about $27 million total against the cap this year. They can likely save even more by releasing Tyler Lockett, which they will probably do today or tomorrow. And then the potential for an extension to get done with Geno Smith. 2 more moves that I think we all think are going to occur. There's a bunch of different parts to this. One, we got to talk about the fact that 3 of those 4 moves weren't good, and specifically the Dre Jones move was the biggest free agent signing this team has ever had, and it's been kind of a disaster. So something for us to think about, and we'll talk a little bit more about that at 7 o'clock. As for the future here, yes, Tyler Lockett will get released. Will they get something done with Geno? I can't help but notice that yesterday came out that the Niners' opening offer to Brock Purdy was $45 million. I know he's a lot younger than Geno Smith, but if you're Geno and you're looking at Brock Purdy getting offered 45, how are you feeling about 35 to 40? Probably not that great. So can they get something done here before, in the next week? We asked that question of Brady Henderson yesterday.
I think so. I think so. I think because both sides are going to be motivated to get it done. And I was just playing around with some numbers last night, and a deal that I came up with that, and obviously don't hold me to this. I'm not reporting this. This is just me writing down some numbers on a notepad. The number I came up with was 3 years, $102 million, and with a $36 million signing bonus. And I think that would accomplish a few things. It would get Geno a nice raise. It would give him, I think, $6.5 million more next season than he was scheduled to make already. It would obviously lower the cap hit quite a bit. And I think it would allow the Seahawks to still kind of go year to year with him.
Oh, Brady knows what he's talking about, and if he came up with that number, I'm sure there's a good reason for it. Very curious to see if Geno is just as okay with that as somebody like Brady might be. Yeah, the extra $6 million in hand would be a big deal, but when he sees someone like Brock Purdy making 45, I'm sure there's going to be some pride that factors into that as well.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Bryce Miller going to take the ball tonight for the second start of the spring. Mariners head to Surprise to play the Royals. This is maybe a silly comment because I feel like you could make it about essentially any of the 5 pitchers, but he might be the Mariner pitcher I'm most excited about in 2025. Ryan Dempster, joining Wyman and Bob yesterday, said essentially the same thing.
I think Bryce Miller, has a real good shot of having that kind of Cy Young caliber season. And like, in a rotation, with Gilbert, with George Kirby, with Luis, it kind of gets a little bit lost nationally, like as to how good this kid really could be. And I think that, there's that potential there to really kind of just shock a lot of people and go out there and, be that guy who might start as the number 3 or the number 4 and end up at the end of the season as the number 1.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that surprising. And it's some of the maturities growing into it, the additional pitches he keeps adding, the understanding of the league, that the focus and intensity. The way he talked to us this year at spring training was eye-opening. He felt like a different guy taking the leap. Brock mentioned it yesterday or earlier last week, and I would totally agree. That was one of the big things that really jumped out to us, is just how focused he seemed to be on getting better. Yeah, he could very well be that dude this year. On the broadcast side, we learned that Ryan Rowland-Smith is going to join Aaron Goldsmith on TV for opening day. He will join us at 9:30 this morning.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, well, we'll give the Kraken some credit yesterday for not giving up. They didn't, and that's important, but once again, couldn't overcome a 3-goal deficit that they worked themselves into. They fall to Minnesota 4-3. Goals for Larson, Montour, and Shane Wright, who really has been impressive on the offensive end, but has also had his issues on the other side and gave up a goal last night. They did activate Yanni Gourde, and he saw action for the first time in a while, so could he be on the move? Elliot Friedman doesn't think so.
I have heard that Seattle is considered keeping Gourde. I don't know what the chances are, but I've heard they've talked about it. He's an alternate captain there. They do like what he provides on and off the ice. I'm curious to see if they get an extension done.
Yeah, we'll find out. There are a lot of rumors that he could be on the move. Brandon Tanev, another guy that seems to be leading that pack. But you know what? There's plenty of other trade candidates before Friday. Alexiak, Bjorkstrand, even McCann could be discussed. We've heard a lot of those names thrown out there. And just quickly here, wanted to throw some kudos to Tony Reale, who I think does a great job and has for 23 years hosting Around the Horn. That is a magnificent number. ESPN announcing yesterday that run will come to an end in May. I know the show's gone on forever. Maybe it ran a little stale the last few years, but I was still a little surprised. You would think that quick take format would resonate even more today than it did nearly a quarter century ago. That is everything you need to know, a quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Thank you. I appreciate all of the hockey talk support that we got here. I'm a novice about hockey, but I love going to Kraken games. In fact, I love watching live hockey more than live baseball or football. Please talk more about it. I want to learn more about it. All right. Hey, I'm happy to talk more about hockey. 206 says, I care about hockey. Right there with you, Salk. Someone else says, 206, I was at the game last night. I agree with everything you're saying. Well, that's rare. And then 253, fighting back to the 425, says no one cares about the 425. That's not true. Some people do. I care about the 425 at the right moments. Yeah, there's no reason to paint a broad brush. That's not fair. But God, they're frustrating. just watching guys just be okay. I don't know, like when they signed Chandler Stevenson, it was like they gave that much money to who? And you look at the numbers and the way it's like, oh, they want him to be their top center. He's like kind of a defensive-minded center. What do you think was going to happen here? You think he's going to evolve into a star? They keep trying that, and it hasn't worked yet with anybody. All right, let's head down to Peoria. Our friend Dave Wyman was down there, and he nearly made a huge faux pas on our air. Thankfully, we were here to help. You'll hear that next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
When a team tells you over and over and over and over, whether it's John Schneider saying, he's our guy, or it's Mike McDonald saying, we like Gino. Don't know why it's such a big discussion. When a team is basically screaming at you, we're going to extend this guy. We really want to keep him. I think at that point, you just need to accept, okay, what's the real conversation we need to have about Gino then? Because it's not going to be whether or not he's here.
He's going to be here.
Yeah.
This is the guy, and I've been trying to prep y'all for this, but for some reason,
People
y'all don't want to listen to me.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, summer is, well, it's not quite here yet, but it's going to be awesome, man. And you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining, the best entertainment, all at the new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, the hotel's opening up this summer with amazing suites and great rooms with kings or two queens. Awesome views that I've mentioned, the huge new entertainment space and convention center, and yeah, some new food venues as well. It's going to be pretty darn sweet. Get more details, visit snocasino.com. Seattle's closest, it's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance Heat Pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
At Sound Pain Solutions, some of the most difficult cases we see are patients suffering from failed back surgery syndrome. Bill is an avid golfer, but his pain got so bad he couldn't play and was considering surgery.
My back was killing me. I could not play any more golf. I could not walk more than half a block. I did not want surgery on my back, and I researched many different ways of getting this fixed. Behind that was horror stories from my friends who had back surgery, but it wasn't worth it, and I just made conclusion to that. There's got to be another way.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Bill back on the course without the risk of surgery. We did this using non-invasive, FDA-cleared procedures like non-surgical decompression, laser, pressure wave, and bioelectrical treatments. Now, Bill is back to playing golf and enjoying life. Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage-as-a-service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Relief from hip and back pain can be a reality when you work with the experts on a mobility and flexibility routine. That's why StretchLab was founded. Pro athletes and sports fans alike love StretchLab for our customized one-on-one assisted stretch sessions. Discover the difference a good stretch can make, because when your body moves better, you feel better and live better. Visit your local StretchLab today or go to stretchlab.com and use code FAN10 to get up to 50% off your first 50-minute stretch. Plus, receive an additional $10 off.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariner Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports at 97.3 FM HD2.
I know what's wrong with me, Brock. I'm looking at like TMZ things here this morning. I got a story about Faster Pussycat singer Tame Down. He got into an argument with his fiance on the 80s themed cruise that he was on.
Oh.
And then she went overboard later that night, and the body is missing.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any sense of foul play, but there's a question as to whether she jumped or fell. She was drunk, and that's kind of a mess. And then I was also reading about I saw Faster Pussycat years ago. They were pretty good. Reading here about Jordan Schultz breaking his silence on the big altercation with Ian Rappaport. Yeah. He says what happened before Ian and I probably have been brewing for quite some time, he said on 670 The Score. Just felt like I needed to say what I said and make it clear that I didn't appreciate the way he was talking about me. I felt that I did that. Nice. Goes on to say, obviously you saw the photo. I don't think the photo was particularly intimidating. Regardless of how you view it, I just felt like it was an important thing to say, important to get off my chest. I thought I did it. Hopefully we can move forward. So maybe all's well that ends well.
Great.
With Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz and their big fight. Dave Wyman joining us now from Peoria, from Wyman and Bob. Dave, good morning. Thanks for getting up and chatting with us today.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry, I was having a nice conversation with Maura there, and that was my fault, not hers.
Maura's she's growing into a better phone person. She's not always been great, phone talker, but she's working on that skill, she said.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I never noticed that. I guess it's just because she's always nice to me, Mike. I don't know what your problem is.
That must be it. And oddly, she's never nice to me. So it must be some sort of a difference in our personalities. I should probably head to therapy and try to work through that. Dave, you've been down there now for not that long, but what has drawn your attention right off the bat?
Yeah, right off the bat, when you walk in and all the money that they put into the facility, and just to make it very, I don't know, it just seems very high end. And I don't know why, but, kind of going along with that is sort of an expectation. And so the same way with the few players we did talk to, we got a chance to just chat with Cal. He was on his way out. Cal he's like, he walks by, we're in a break, and he yells over at me, "You still on the clock?" And so, because we were just waiting around during an interview, and then we got a chance to talk to Logan and Harry Ford, and, and it just seems like there's an expectation. Like they expect to be a playoff team. Nothing specific, I guess, but I guess they expect greatness. And I just thought that was really, it kind of hit me, because I've been down here like you, Mike. I've been down here like 6 or 7 years, or maybe 8, and just seeing the facility the way it is, and all the different stuff that they put in there, and now they have. Finally, one of those walls out there for the infielders to work on, so they don't have to go off of just the building on the side. I mean, they made everything a lot better. And I don't think it's like they put millions and millions of dollars into it, but it just seemed like a much better facility than it's been in the past.
Does that matter, Dave? And I ask because we just saw with the NFLPA, right, the Players Association last week, and the report cards that all the players anonymously fill out about their facilities, about their kitchen, about their food, about their training rooms, about all of those things. From your life experience, do those things really matter?
Yeah, I think you can kind of tell when it's a rinky-dink operation, I mean, when I came in as I took some trips, before I was drafted. So because of my knee injury, nobody was going to draft me, and people weren't going to draft me unless they saw it or got a chance to pull on my leg. So I went on like 6 trips. I went to Washington, I went to Detroit, and and I remember going back and going, the people in Detroit were really nice. I was telling my agent, Marvin, and he's like, okay, but no, you don't want to go to Detroit. And so, and then, I took a trip there, and their weight room was in a racquetball court. Those little doors you have to go through? Remember in the old days, you would have to climb through the little tiny door to get into the racquetball room. That's what their weight room was. It was terrible. And then, I took a trip to the then Redskins, and I went to the Giants, and I went to Seattle. So, I could tell that Detroit, they were, even for a college kid and playing pro football for the Detroit Lions would be great. But I think you can tell. And, and I think for the guys that have been around, especially, they I don't know, it just, to me, it indicates a level of commitment to being a championship team.
You mentioned Harry Ford, who I know you guys spoke with yesterday. That's not somebody that we got to spend much time with while we were down there. What was your takeaway from him?
Yeah, if you talk to Harry Ford, you might think that he's not like the most motivated guy in the world, because he's very laid back and just kind of happy with what he's doing. And, we asked him about his stats, and Bob was like, yeah, you're crushing it, man. He's like, am I? I mean, I don't know. It just, he's a very different kid, but I don't think that he is not a competitor or anything like that, but it's just, you wouldn't know it by talking to him. He's kind of an old soul, and he's also one of those guys that just looks you in the eye, and even for a young guy. And then I made some comparison during the interview to, it was about eating. And I said, when I played in the NFL, I didn't have, all the special food and everything. And, I was a bachelor and this and that. And he stops the interview and goes, wait, when did you play in the NFL? And he asked me a question. So I'm like, yeah, and that's what's different about him is that, he's one of those guys that's very curious, and yeah, he's just a really, really cool kid. Now, does that translate into whether or not, we had a discussion also about, they think he's a catcher, and can he be a DH and then wait and be like the heir apparent to Cal Raleigh? But that just seems like a really long ways off to me. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, I feel like that's kind of what they want, though, and that they're not looking to get rid of Harry Ford anytime soon.
Speaking of idiosyncrasies and kind of years on task, you and Bob have been down there a bunch of years. I think inquiring minds need to know, Dave, how did we settle on the bedroom?
Yeah.
And does Bob immediately rush to the laundry room to wash all of his stuff that's been in his luggage and all the other wonderful little traits that he has as a traveler?
Well, I would say that he is not as prissy as you guys would think, or as he makes it sound, maybe. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's funny. Like, I automatically just go, Bob gets the room by himself. Okay, and how am me and Lefka are going to hash it out. Okay. A lot of people might think I'd be the seniority guy just because I'm the elder statesman here, but I just like, let's keep Bob happy, okay? And he's very specific about what makes him happy. So that is just right off the get-go. And that's from me. I'm like, well, Bob's getting that room.
Okay.
And then how are Lefko?
So he's in the room with the queen, right? That Moore was using.
He's the queen bee of the program.
Absolutely,
for sure.
yes.
Yeah. So, and that's just the way it is. And then.
So you're on the floor, and Lefko got the other twin.
No, I got the twin in a bedroom by myself because I told Lefko, I go, it's not gonna be good for whoever sleeps with me. Just ask Shannon. I mean, I'm like, Shannon, do I snore? She's like, God, yes.
That's Shannon, your wife, not Shannon Dreyer.
Oh, yes, sorry.
just to clarify for everybody out there, Dave and Shannon Dreyer are not sleeping together on the road. I just want not everyone knows your wife, especially on our show. Let's just all be that's Dave's wife. Shannon
Dreyer does not know if I snore or not, okay?
Thank you.
Shannon Wyman, yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
But yeah, so Lefko and I, and I'll tell you a quick story because we got these little cot beds that really I put my T-shirt on the bed and took a picture of it. I'll send it to you guys just to give scale. It's barely wider than I am. It's barely wider than my T-shirt. So the other thing is, there's like a hinge in the middle, and each end of those beds, the little wire rack kind of sloped down. So I told Mike, I'm like, we need to get like a brick or something to put underneath the legs. So I went on a search last night for bricks or something in the backyard, whatever. I finally end up in the garage, and there's some scrap wood, but it's a little bit too long. So I keep investigating, and then I find a Ryobi chop saw over in one of the little storage places. So I get the saw out, and I didn't tell the guys I was doing it. I plug it in, fire it up, and I chop these little blocks of 2x6s, and they're coming out there, and they're like, "What in the hell is that noise?" I'm like, Mike, is it a band saw? I'm like, no, Mike, it's a chop saw. Okay. So anyway, I put those two, I got 4 of those little blocks off the 2x6, put it up, solved the problem.
Wow.
Now we're sloping down instead of away from the middle. So yeah, it's good.
Way to go.
You could have just used one of those pieces of fruit from outside that Maura was so concerned about. She was yelling about them the other day after a couple of drinks. So yeah.
It looks like a lemon tree, but it's like a cross between a lemon and an orange, and I was trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I haven't seen this one. Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me what you think. Text me.
Yeah. She's very, very, very interested. Brock's interested in what the buff dudes look like. What is your takeaway on the body styles and types that you've seen down there?
I didn't see anything that stood out in that way. I think the only thing that, especially not in Brock's creepy way, but I feel like Logan Gilbert, it's always impressive to me to see how freaking tall he is and we haven't got a chance to get behind that, where the plate is and you can see him pitching at you. But I'm really looking forward to seeing him and Kirby just because I feel like it looks like they stretch halfway down the mound or almost all the way down the mound. And then, just seeing the velocity and everything. But yeah, Logan stands out. He's sitting across from me and he's like a foot taller in the chair.
Mm-hmm. I see you guys as one-on-ones. Salk and I at the end of the week every year, we just we've enjoyed it in all of these different years we've been down there and a number of different players. But when push comes to shove, if you were to say, gosh, who are the couple guys we have to talk to that I just thoroughly enjoy every single time you're around them, I think I'll speak for Salk and I think Cal and Logan are on that list. Who is it for you and maybe the guys on the show?
Yeah, it's a boring answer, but yeah, it's Cal and Logan. Yep. Those two guys, absolutely. And, and gotten to be like where they like coming out. And I heard, Cal talking about you guys. And of course we were like, no, they're not talking about Brock and Salk. They're talking about Wyman and Bob. But when Cal said, yeah, and I've gotten to know everybody here and you guys and all that. I mean, and like last night, Cal just stopped by on the way out to the parking lot and sat there and chatted with us for like 20 minutes and just talking about life and, what's going on with him. But yeah, those two guys just seem to be the core. Yeah. I really enjoyed talking to Matt Brash. I'm hoping we get a chance to talk to him, but I think he's kind of interesting. I think, Harry Ford's interesting, but he's such a young guy. Mm-hmm. But no, I mean, I think those two guys pretty much set the tone.
I love listening to your interviews down there. They're so different from our interviews, which is why I feel like even back to back, we end up doing two very completely different weeks down there because you guys have a great ability to really dig into the personalities and get to know the people. I feel like better than we do. Brock and I tend to focus more on the game, and you guys tend to, I think, get really good people stuff. Is that one of the goals this week? And is there anybody you'd like to learn more about personally?
Yeah. I don't know that we intentionally do that, but I think you're right. It does work out. I think there's lots of times I hear you guys asking questions, and I'm like, I guess I should ask a question like that.
Same thing. I feel the same thing about your questions.
Yeah. Well, if we put it all together, then we're good.
A good show.
So, yeah. Who am I? I don't know. I think JP is really interesting to me, and we had a pretty good interview with him last time, and I think especially for the young guys, once they figure out that you're not trying to, and I feel like I want to say this to every guy, hey, can we talk to you? We're not a gotcha, radio station, okay? Mm-hmm. We're not going to try to pin you down on something or expose something or whatever. We just want to have a chat with you and, see, how's the leadership of this team and things like that. So I think once they figure that out, then, they're comfortable. But, I think JP is probably the one, and we talked to him last year, but it was a pretty interesting conversation. And he has, he's kind of, I don't think he likes doing media stuff too much, but, when you hear from him, it's usually something monumental.
Hey, can we shift gears and talk a little bit of Seahawks before we let you go and put your 2x6s together and everything else you got to do around the house there? You get a chance every week now leading up to the draft to chat with John Schneider, and I thought last Thursday was just awesome. We were all in the kitchen, Justin and Maura and me and Salk and Lyle came in eventually and got to listen to the entirety of that show last week with John. As we kind of ramp up now, as the new league year begins next week, Dave, do you anticipate Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, do you anticipate some news over these days while you're down in Arizona?
Yeah, I'm starting to kind of feel that way. There was that cryptic tweet that, of course, somebody had to show me that Geno put out about, praise the Lord. And I don't know, maybe that has to do with them doing some kind of a deal. I'm really curious about Geno. I don't, what we always talk about, guys, is that we don't get a chance to talk to Geno. I don't really know his personality. I don't know if he has a chip on his shoulder. I don't know if he's going to be difficult during these negotiations or what he's going to want because I never hear from him. He does the uniform, press conferences and things like that. But, I feel like I knew who Russell was. Well, up until he has to be traded. But I knew, I know most players. I knew who Bobby was. I don't really know who Geno is. And on the trips and everything, Rabes talks to him all the time, but I never talk to him, and he doesn't.
Why do you think that is, Dave? Why do you think because, we just got done talking about how you get to know these guys deeper and more personally, and you're around them so much. Why do you think that there has been that little bit of a chasm?
I don't know. Maybe he associates with me with somebody. Honestly, I don't think he knows who the hell I am. But, I think that he's probably been burned. And he gets pissed off about, and that's why I do think he has some kind of a chip on his shoulder. Mm-hmm. But I guess I get it. I get that he wouldn't, I've got so much going on as a quarterback and all, the money and all this stuff that why do I give a crap about the media guys? And like I said, he's very nice to Rabel, but that's because Rabel's super old. But he treats him like an old grandpa. But no,
why the stray?
He's feeding him soup.
Why does Rabel have to catch a stray like that?
Here's
That's
your
not nice.
split pea soup for dinner.
Well, because somewhere right now Rabel is taking a shot at me. Okay, so that's why.
That's not true. There's no way Steve Rabel is awake right now. Not a chance. No chance.
Warm milk.
Zero. Zero zip zilch.
Yeah. No, but he gets a chance. So I don't really have a feel for Geno. I really don't. But I think he's a really good quarterback, and I think the nerds that have gone in there with the red zone stats and the interceptions and everything, it's like I don't know. I feel like the red zone interceptions should be easily fixable, Brock, and maybe that's stupid of me, but me as a defender, like we could never run zone inside the red zone because the quarterback can zip it in between zones. Minnesota did that to us. You know, we ran a zone down on the 5-yard line, and the ball zips in there so fast you can't react in time. You kind of have to play like a matchup zone or man-to-man coverage, which makes it tougher on the defense. And so I don't – those red zone numbers kind of mystify me. But everybody has made that into the big bad wolf. I mean, come on, man. I mean, he is a good quarterback. He's a really good quarterback. He's not elite. He's not Mahomes or Josh Allen, but he is a really good quarterback. And so I think people just pounded him on the, you know, the red zone turnovers and the interceptions. And I'm like, geez, it's not like there was 30 of them. So, and that's what everybody makes it sound like. So I just think overall Geno is a really good quarterback. I think they'd do right to sign him and, you know, go forward with him for another couple of years.
I don't know who those everybody would be. I can't imagine people who would make a big deal out of anything like that, and I certainly would disavow such ridiculous behavior.
I heard on the interview or in the little advertisement that you lecturing Brock about being negative. So I'm assuming it was Brock.
I did.
Yeah,
Maybe I did do that. Brock, did I lecture you on being negative?
I could probably.
Yeah, that seems like something.
Incessantly.
Something that should have happened. Where are you on the priority for Ernest Jones?
Pretty high. Yeah, I don't know what he's going to want. And we talked to him. Here's, always the little things that indicate something to me. After the season was over, he called in and did an interview with us. Like he could have just, cleared out his locker and gone because he's got a family and he's trying to, move, and he's been to 3 different teams and all this stuff. And he called us back, and, I like Ernest Jones, no question about it. I thought he was instrumental in turning him around. So I can't imagine them not doing that because, Mike McDonald is so invested in, like if Mike McDonald coached one spot, it would be inside linebackers, right? I mean, that's his spot.
Last thing, before you got to get ready for your show today, DK Metcalf. Lot of smoke, lot of rumors, lot of smoke. Rowland-Smith and company down at the combine, hinting, talking, rumor, the rumor mill just in full go. DK Metcalf a Seahawk in 2025?
Who are you talking about? Pork chops?
DK Metcalf.
No, Corbin. You said Corbin Smith?
Corbin Smith.
Yeah. I don't get that one. I mean, to me, he's just a special player, and there's nobody like him. And I don't think that they used him correctly. And there was lots of times where, I don't know if you guys saw that one where I'm up in the booth screaming at Geno when he's running for a touchdown and pointing like where he should go. There were so many times last year I'm watching the game, I'm like pointing to DK, like throw him the freaking ball and, let him go up and make a play. So I'm one of those that falls in the camp of I'm a huge DK fan. I don't think there's anybody like him. I think he's incredibly valuable. And yeah, I want to see him here. And I don't know if they should, redo his deal or anything, but yeah, I want to see him here, and I think he's a special talent.
A few more days for you. A few more days for you guys down in Peoria. I know the team is off today. Do you guys have someone on tape or anything that we should look forward to later today?
We honestly thought about running the Logan interview today, because we already ran it yesterday. We thought about maybe running it again, but because people were requesting
it was that good.
Again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it's going to be. Hopefully we find somebody down there. But yesterday we had a 30-minute conversation about suicide doors.
I heard.
Yeah, and because there was a player who has some kind of Maserati SUV that has suicide doors. And so I explained it very poorly what suicide doors are, and then we got into a whole discussion and things like that. So maybe we'll talk about that. Tune in. Great. That'll be very interesting.
Thank God they sent you to Peoria to talk about suicide doors. Dave, thank you. We appreciate it. Great to hear from you. Have a good time down there, and keep all of your fingers and limbs together with all of the
queen bee
with all of the sawing going on.
Okay, it's good talking to you guys.
All right, there you go. There's Dave Wyman. And I think we'll talk to Bob Stelton tomorrow to get the other side of what's going on down in Peoria. Coming up next, so I'm going to shift back to football for a few minutes. The Seahawks made 4 moves yesterday. All 4 of them were the right move. But that's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
People still weighing in on Geno and options, alternatives. Some saying, well, you guys are just satisfied with mediocrity. Some saying, get rid of him, take that 45, put it all into the O-line, and in 2 to 4 years, you're going to be ready to go.
What to a quarterback?
I don't know.
Somebody that you draft somebody in the third round, like Russell Wilson?
Well, maybe somebody you draft in the next year's draft when it's going to be maybe a better quarterback draft. I don't know. This feels like the wrong year to be looking. It doesn't mean one of these guys won't become superstars. We'll see.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Kinematics Marine Equipment reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Kinematics Marine Equipment, your nationwide source for marine deck gear for over 40 years. Online at kinematicsmarine.com.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Spring is finally here, and so are spring projects. So get them started at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. This weekend, save on products like pressure washers for $69.99, 42-inch roller cabinets for under $500, plus 30% off Hercules corded power tools. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 3/9/25 while supplies last. Limitations apply, so spring in before it's over.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Michelle Smallman here. Do you want to be at the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin? Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft. Experience the thrill of the draft firsthand and make memories that will last a lifetime. Don't wait. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes. Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you can win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get it freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
As expected, Brock, the Seahawks made their 4 moves yesterday, releasing 4 players. Every one of those moves they made yesterday was the right move. Nobody could really argue with any of the 4 moves that they made yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The moves that brought those players here, there's a little bit of a different conversation there. I think with 3 of them, you could have a very different view than on the moves to let them go. I don't really have any problem with Roy Robertson Harris. And, you trade a 6th round pick. You got something you really needed. It worked out. He was a good rotational piece. Maybe they'll bring him back at a lower number.
Yep.
All good.
Yep.
You don't lose anything. There's no dead cap hit by releasing him. It's just totally fine. All you've lost is a 6th round pick, which is not nothing, but it's not a ton. The other 3 moves?
I mean, that 6th round pick gave you the production of
Absolutely.
the second half of the season.
Yeah,
so,
it just, it doesn't do anything for you moving forward.
It was the right value and the right play.
As I said, I don't really have a problem there. But I'm just looking at the other 3. You gave Dre Jones $51 million over 3 years. He produced 8.5 sacks and 12 tackles for a loss in 2 seasons. He never really fit a position. He was never a major contributor. And while they do save $15 million by moving on, they get hit with more than $14 million in dead cap for cutting him.
Yeah.
Rayshon Jenkins, not the end of the world. You mentioned that yesterday, and you're right. They needed somebody to play safety. They didn't know what that position was going to look like. But he gets $12 million for 2 years. You get stuck with $2.5 million in dead money. George Fant, $9 million for 2 years. He plays 30 snaps. And will cost them nearly $2 million in dead money, 1.85. So that's roughly $17.5 million in a 6th round pick for 4 guys that aren't going to play here this year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, none of those things are the end of the world. $17.5 million is not like
out of a $279 million cap.
It's not the end of the world, and I'm not trying to make it into one. Every GM has dead cap money on their books. Totally understand, but you'd sure love to have an extra $17.5 million to spend this offseason. That's more than what Drew Dahlman is going to get per year. I mean, like that's a significant number, right?
It is, but I again, when you're talking a $279 million cap, I have a hard time quibbling over this.
But eventually,
especially compared to your peers,
it's not about the $17.5 million necessarily, because you're right. Other teams are in much worse situations. It's more just about the decisions that go into getting there.
Yeah, I mean, the Dre Jones is the one that stings the most. The other 3, I don't really have a quibble about. Robertson Harris got you exactly what you wanted. George Fant was a security deal. It's a bummer. 30 snaps. He couldn't play multiple times. His knee, got injured and dinged up. And you can say, well, you should have known that. He's an older guy.
Yeah,
well,
you know what it is, Brock?
It's
the same thing that we've been talking about for years of trying to nibble around the edges rather than getting a guy that's going to be good.
Well, and Dre was not a nibble. Dre,
I know,
again,
and they got it wrong.
And that's one, and why that one stings a little bit more. Now, old Hawk Blogger tweeted yesterday. Yeah, I he wasn't dominant. He didn't live up to all the valuation, but he was 3rd on the team in pressures, and he was 4th on the team in pressures.
Come on, man.
Back-to-back years.
Come on, man. Stop.
I mean, those are impactful plays.
No, they weren't. I watched him play. We watched him play. He was not impactful, which is why they were releasing him.
And I watched him play, and from day one, I thought tweener.
Right.
He's just unfortunately a bit of a tweener. He's not explosive enough to be an edge, just elite guy, and then he's not big enough to play inside. And unfortunately for that money, I'm not going to say return on investment.
The challenge
plus.
I'm having, Brock, is with the nibbles around the edges. Yeah, you get some right, you get some wrong because you've made a lot of them. And George Fant was wrong, and Rayshon Jenkins was wrong. But what was the guy? There've been a bunch of those little moves like that have been right. So yeah, I get it. I mean, like Jenkins was wrong, but the little cornerback that ended up playing for them last year that played pretty well and stepped in, I'm blanking on his name. Like that worked out great.
Philly. Yep.
Yeah. So like I get it. Those are all going to even out.
Yeah.
Josh Jobe, right?
Huh? Josh Jobe.
Go.
Thank you. Yes.
Good job, Lyle.
Did you look that up or did you remember it?
No, I remember.
Wow.
Lyle,
it
you
must be
awake?
nice to have a 27-year-old brain that remembers everything.
Lyle, you awake early this morning, huh?
I'm awake.
Usually this first one, I get him.
No,
good.
He's
I'm
awake.
sitting here awake.
Very excited.
Good, attaboy. Josh Jobe, yes. What you want, Salk, is you do want to swing. I think all of this is kind of
what I'm saying is when you do swing, you got to get them right, though. And the last two big swings the team has made were Jamal Adams and Dre Jones. Was there another big swing in there?
Yeah, Leonard Williams. They paid more
Leonard
than anybody.
Williams. You're right. That's a good point.
And Leonard was about
you're right.
a home run.
Good point.
Yep.
Home run.
Yep.
Absolutely right.
Home run.
You're right.
So,
yes.
An advantage because you knew him and now he was in-house, right? Those other ones were out-of-house and you never fully know. And that also is some of the danger in this free agency and why perpetually these teams that spend in free agency continue to spend in free agency because they're not good. They're not the draft and develop kind of guys. So there is some risk in that. But, I think I hear all of this, and I sure would love a Will Fries, or I sure would love a Drew Dahlman. I sure would love a wave one guy that you get right. And Leonard was that, and that impact was real for you. And unfortunately for Dre, I honestly, when Schneider said to the boys a couple weeks ago, one thing you don't want to do is just throw money at a problem. And I don't think there was a more glaring problem over the last 5 years than that defensive line.
Yeah. It's so funny. Yes, go on.
Well, I'm just saying, in those
so they
years,
threw money
Pete
at the
Carroll
problem with Dre Jones, et cetera. You know what I just keep saying? Yes, you don't want to just throw money at a problem, but I think what you're really saying is, well, you don't want to get it wrong when you throw money at the problem. Throwing money at a problem, getting the right guy is not a problem.
Nope.
That's, to me, sort of building a little bit of a like, hey, if I get it wrong, it's because I'm not supposed to do it. Like, well, no, just get it right. Just get the right guy. That's the job. I know it's not an easy job. I don't think I could do the job, and it's easy to sit over here and criticize somebody when they get it wrong. But that's why I make what I make, and he makes what he makes, and he's got the hard job.
Yep.
Like, you got to get him right. And Leonard Williams was right. John's had big swings, big misses, big hits. He really has. And, unfortunately, some of those big misses really stand out when your team hasn't won a playoff game in a while.
Do you feel confident if he takes a big swing on a wave one offensive lineman, right, which is not something in 15-plus years we've really done? I can't call Luke Jokel a big spending. Right. It was a 1 year, $8 million deal. I'm talking about a 3-4 year deal and, $50, $60 million, whatever it's going to be, $70 million for a Will Fries or for a Drew Dahlman or for one of these top 50 free agents that come out that are on that offense line. Do you want him to do that? Do you feel confident that that is the swing that we need to take? Because I do. And I feel confident, a little bit more confident, that Clint Kubiak and Benson and the numerous Rick Dennison and the numerous people that are going to be involved in that, in the evaluation of that, and say, this is what we need.
They better be.
This will be plug and play, and the return on investment will be high. Because it needs to be, especially at that offensive line spot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to answer the question. I don't know the answer.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know enough about Drew Dahlman or the guy from India. I don't know enough about them to sit here and tell you that they're the right guy or the wrong guy.
You haven't studied their zone run win rates?
I haven't.
What are you doing? You haven't studied the bend in the knees and the hips and the YouTube
and I'm
hits?
probably not going to. Did you want Joe Thuney? He got traded.
Joe Thuney got traded?
Today.
Just now?
Yeah, just this morning.
Okay, two.
Is it Tooney or Thuney? How do you pronounce that?
It's Tooney.
It's Tooney, right?
Yeah, it was like
That's
20 minutes ago. He got traded
Joe
to the
Tooney
Bears.
gets traded to the Bears. They didn't give up much, but they're going to have to sign him to a big deal. Would you have wanted him?
So the Bears trade for Jackson and Tooney. Look at them trying to buttress that offensive line and help their young quarterback. No, Tooney's a little bit older. I would prefer a Dahlman or a Fries. I would prefer that guy that was Joe Tooney 3 years ago when the Chiefs signed him. That's what I would prefer. So you can have 3 to 4 years of this guy playing, hopefully with Charles Cross, and we'll see. By the way, Abe Lucas looked good yesterday. Whoa. Look really good. And then whoever you're going to draft. So that's great for the Bears. That's awesome. They're trying to get old and veteran and help their young quarterback. No, I think I would like to have a guy right in the middle, like one of these two, and Dahlman in particular.
Yeah, I mean,
here for the next 3
I guess
4
I'm
years.
with you. I would like to see them take a swing at something that's going to fix the problem. But yeah, I'm also going to be here criticizing it in a couple of years if the swing they take doesn't work, because you've got to take the right swing. That's what they get paid to decide. Yeah. I don't know whether he is or not. But, yeah, if you're going to make a big swing, I think you better make contact and you better hit this one out of the park.
That's a job.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to get involved in day one of free agency this year, because they usually never do. They never go after the guys.
They did with Dre, unfortunately. They did with Dre a couple years ago.
Right.
It has not worked the way it was supposed to. All right, coming up in 20, Lyle sent over some sound, Brock, that I think we need to address. We will do that at 7:30 after everything you need to know next.
All teams on the East Coast are better and more important and deserving of full coverage, and we've always said this.
Bumpin' Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
It's true. Clearly. I love me some East Coast teams. Clearly.
I love East Coast bias. It's not even bias, it's just truth.
It is.
You know how I feel about my East Coast teams.
No, I'm just aggressive because of the East. I like the East Coast aggressiveness.
Yeah,
That is
same.
who I am.
I want to try to mimic it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hear the show anytime on demand by subscribing to the Bump and Stacy podcast.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. I've had a share of some sports injuries through the years. Yeah, dislocated ankle, separated shoulder, concussion, dislocated pinky, torn rib cartilage. But you don't have to play football to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis, they can affect anyone. And many of you listening right now, and you know how hard it is to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland, well, that's where he comes to play. He has seen so many folks just like you suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis in their shoulder, their elbow, their hip, their knee, their back. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including, stem cell therapy, a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma. Consider that and more with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000. 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They got openings this winter for your roof project. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. The roofing company you can trust.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey. There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Yeah. Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo! Up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, it's pretty rare these days to see big-time surprises in the NFL with people being released. I feel like that is used to get a lot more of that 15, 20 years ago, and now for the most part, you know kind of what's coming.
Contracts kind of dictate some of that,
They sure
right?
do, yeah. And so they released, the Seahawks do 4 players yesterday for cap reasons. Dre Jones, Rayshon Jenkins, George Fant, Roy Robertson Harris saves them about $27 million against the cap this year with about $17.5 in dead cap hit. They can save a little more, too. They're probably going to release Tyler Lockett in the next day or so. And then really the question becomes, can you get a deal done with Geno Smith? How do you think Geno reacts to hearing that it's a $45 million offer from the Niners for Brock Purdy that I'm not sure Purdy's even interested in?
What? Brock, my namesake. What are you doing? Take that and run, my friends, please.
He's not gonna.
Oh, goodness gracious. Come on. I'm going to have to get on the phone with that guy and his family and his friends down there in Arizona where he's from and let them know that that's a really, really fair deal.
I know, but what if he's sitting there bargaining and saying no, and they end up settling, so let's say somewhere between 45 and 50? Geno going to be okay with
what Brady said yesterday?
Significantly less than that?
What Brady said yesterday, I mean, would be just phenomenal.
But if you're Geno, you're going to look at what Brock Purdy's getting and go, wait, what? Not Matt Stafford.
Hot Pockets?
Brock Purdy. I think that's going to be a very interesting conversation, and we'll see. Yep. We'll see exactly how Geno feels about all of that. Yes, you mentioned Brady. He does think something gets done with Geno this week.
I think so. I think so. I think because both sides are going to be motivated to get it done. And I was just playing around with some numbers last night, and a deal that I came up with that, and obviously don't hold me to this. I'm not reporting this. This is just me writing down some numbers on a notepad. The number I came up with was 3 years, $102 million, and with a $36 million signing bonus. And I think that would accomplish a few things. It would get Geno a nice raise. It would give him, I think, $6.5 million more next season than he was scheduled to make already. It would obviously lower the cap hit quite a bit, and I think it would allow the Seahawks to still kind of go year to year with him.
Well, as Greg Bishop said a month ago or so, as he was kind of laying those numbers out, that would be a home run. The last deal was a home run for Geno. The return on investment of what they have paid him for his production on a year-to-year basis, where they get to kind of make that decision each and every year, that was a great contract signed the first time around. And if those end up being the numbers, that's a good deal too. And oh, by the way, this is why you got to always be careful looking at that over the cap number and the how much cap room a team has, because it can change in an instant.
Day to day.
See also the New York Jets releasing Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams, and all of a sudden they have tens of millions of dollars of cap space to play with, just like the Seahawks do now.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Bryce Miller going to get the ball tonight, Brock, for his second start of the spring. Mariners go to Surprise to play the Royals. I said this earlier, maybe it's kind of silly because you could make this argument really about any of the five guys in this rotation, but he might be the Mariner pitcher I'm most excited about this year. We talked through just the maturity, the intensity that he brought to the interview that we had with him, and it just feels like a guy
like Logan last year.
Yeah, ready to take the next step. Ryan Dempster joined Wyman and Bob yesterday and
the old
said
pitcher?
basically the same thing. Yeah,
I think Bryce Miller, has a real good shot of having that kind of Cy Young caliber season, and in a rotation, with Gilbert, with George Kirby, with Luis, it kind of gets a little bit lost nationally, as to how good this kid really could be. And I think that, there's that potential there to really kind of just shock a lot of people and go out there and, be that guy who might start as the number 3 or the number 4 and end up at the end of the season as the number 1.
End up as the number 1 on this staff.
The thing is, the only way he ends up as the number 1 is if somebody else falls back. So the only thing really keeping him from that necessarily is whether or not somebody else
He was a heater, though. Does that. Man, he was, as he said to us, he was on a heater at the end of the year.
Yep.
I mean, that sub-3 ERA is a real deal. Was Dempster the one that had all the funny little mannerisms before he pitched with his glove?
Yep. Yeah, okay. He would do a little wiggle thing.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah, pitch for the Cubs, pitch for the Red Sox. He was around for a while. Good pitcher. And by all accounts, a really good dude.
Never had Miller stuff.
No, a few people did. He closed for a while, though. He was a starter, then he was a closer. On the broadcast side, we did learn Ryan Rowland-Smith is going to join Aaron Goldsmith on TV for opening day, and he will join us at 9:30 this morning.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Brock, I'm happy to give the Kraken a little credit for not giving up last night. They got down 4-1, could have packed it in, and they battled back. Larson, Montour, Shane Wright, your guy, had another goal last night. He's been really impressive on the offensive end and gave up a goal with some pretty shoddy defense on the other side. Still finished a -1 despite a goal yesterday. But they lose again, and it just is unfortunately what we've seen too much of. They're almost. Everything about them is almost. They're almost good enough to do this. They almost have the right player here. Matty Beniers is almost living up to his billing. Shane Wright almost. There's just way too much almost. And it's why Elliot Friedman says they're at a crossroads here this week with the trade deadline on Friday.
This trade deadline could be very interesting because I think Seattle has a big decision to make in overall franchise direction. It's been a hard year for them, and I don't even think this is a trade deadline discussion. This is a philosophical discussion for them too. Where do they want to go? What you have to do for me, if you're Seattle, is you have to finish strong at home. Gord Stellick's old saying, if you're going to stink on the road. I think that's very important right now. You have to give your fans your money's worth to the end of this season, and they played really hard and really well in beating Vancouver the other night. I look at them and say, finish strong, at least at home, and give some optimism and figure out your direction.
Yeah, but if you don't have the players for it, what's the point? So they activate Yanni Gourde last night. He was fine. Probably not going to move. It sounds like they want to retain him. Brandon Tanev likely will get dealt here in the next couple days, and then we'll see about Bjorkstrand and Alexiak, maybe even Jared McCann. But I started the show off today, Brad. I am frustrated.
Yeah, I can feel it.
I am. I'm really frustrated by a lot of the decisions being made in this town. Kudos to Tony Reale, Brock. 23 years hosting Around the Horn, nearly a quarter century. ESPN announcing yesterday that will come to an end in May as they will end the show.
Yeah. Hey, a couple things. Kraken outshot Minnesota last night, 34-19.
Yeah, they didn't play a bad game, but they just made mistakes.
Yeah.
You made mistakes.
And I would say to
you take a
Elliott-
bad penalty and immediately you give up a goal. You run around in your defensive end and Shane Wright's out of position and you give up a goal. Like, there's just too much of that.
Yeah. And I'd say to Elliott Friedman, too, I would just add to that point. It's not been a tough year. It's been a tough year and a half. Right? I mean, this has been just a continuation, really, of not this half of a season, of really all of last season as well. That cost that coach its head job and that head coach a job.
And you go out and you make moves in the offseason to bring in guys that it's not that good. Like, I just
nibblers.
The Chandler Stevenson, they spent a lot of money on him and on Burakovsky a couple of years ago, and both guys don't do anything. I don't know. Get it. That's everything you need to know. Quarter
Were you
past.
at the Kraken Icebox yesterday?
I was not. I was not at the Kraken Iceplex yesterday. No, I'll be over there on Thursday and Saturday. Big semifinal game Saturday morning.
Big semi Saturday?
Saturday's the semis, and then hopefully finals on Sunday.
Wow, big weekends.
Yeah.
Big weekends for Titus and Cecily and Macy. Big weekends.
Everybody. Yeah. Macy's got a Big 12 tournament this
Big 12
weekend.
quarterfinals Friday night. Probably Utah.
Probably slightly bigger than than Cecily's little hockey playoffs. And Titus
got the Elite Eight. They got the quarterfinals.
Competing to win a state title.
Saturday night. Yeah.
Man, a lot going on.
Stuff.
A lot of state titles in your family's history, huh?
Fun stuff.
A lot of those. All right, coming up next, Lyle sent over some sound, Brock, that I think we need to address. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
I think you play as long as you still love it. You of anybody would be on board with that. You've talked about it a million times. It's no good on the outside, and you were trying to make a comeback at 40. And except for this show, I wouldn't leave. Seeing Matt and Mike every day. I mean, it's really what brings joy to you every day. Those two.
Even if a team came calling right now, theoretically, said, "Wyman, we want you."
You're trying to kill me, right? Yeah, you got one play in me, and I'm going on IR for the rest of the season.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, it's a bummer to be back home, but awesome being down in Arizona last week, and you see the guys up close, and you realize they're just in ridiculous shape, top peak physical condition. They've been working hard at it. Now, for everybody else, the regular folk, we might not have all the same time and resources to devote to our diet and exercise, but I believe you could be in the best shape of your life, just like some of those guys, and it only takes 45 days to do it. Yes, with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Worked for me, can work for you. 10 pounds in the first week, 35 pounds in 8 short weeks. Feeling healthy, eating delicious, fresh meals that you buy at the grocery store. No fake box meals or anything like that. No pills, no injections, not even any exercise if you don't want to. So you can do this as well. Look, a 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. You really have nothing to lose other than a ton of weight. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season's next tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Saturday, March 8th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I promised some sound that Lyle sent over, Brock, and I think it's a good jumping off point for a conversation. And honestly, it leads me to what I think is a positive take. And doing a little research last night, doing some Mariner stuff, I think I stumbled across something that gave me a little bit of hope for one guy to have a little rebound this year. So we'll dig into that here in just a couple minutes.
I got a little positive take. I don't have a proclamation. I can't do a proclamation every day. That'd be exhausting for all of you. But I got a positive take. Last night, fun jam, kind of a arrival across town, absolutely packed. And I was reminded, and we had a little football meeting beforehand, so we were a little bit late running. There's nowhere to sit. And I was like, ooh, this is a good sign. Fire marshals out there, cop cars are, like the sheriff's out there. Like, this must be a good crowd. There was nowhere to sit. And I'm here to say that a packed, maybe this is my own personal bias and life experience as well, playing Rogers High School. I love you, Tyson Nasnick and Topher Palm and the rest of you guys. But playing Rogers High School in an absolutely jam-packed, could not fit another human in the gym. As far as sporting venues go, as far as the pantheon of sporting events to be at, an unbelievably intense high school basketball gym packed to the ceilings without a seat in sight, and the band and the student bodies and the chants going back and forth. Like, it is a really difficult thing to
It's got a smell to it also, right? Because everything is so tight quarters and it's hot and there's all of that.
There's a family in our neighborhood. God bless him. He's battling cancer, battling his butt off. He's got 3 young kids. They were a little bit late to the game, and he's such a neat guy, Stanford graduate fella, and And he's like, this is my first high school game in a while, and I'm just reminded how unbelievably just awesome this sport is.
The energy in it.
The energy in it.
Very cool.
Oh my gosh, when it gets going, it is. Yeah, it's a blast. And so that was a super
I don't even think
fun
that's a hot take. That feels like just a take. A
good take, solid take.
I mean, I think I would agree with it. I mean, certainly at the high school level. I mean,
I know Kyle Brown's driving in from Falls City, nodding his head, thinking of those Capital Olympia games, and just the rivals too. And honestly, like the kind of healthy chance back and forth between the student bodies and the newspapers up, and it's awesome.
They still allow all that stuff. That stuff hasn't all been canceled.
Not been canceled. Cancel culture hasn't
Not yet. Give it time. Give it
No,
time. I'm sure some of those
pretty
things will
sweet.
go
Pretty
away.
cool.
All right, let's spend a few minutes here on the Mariners. This was John Boy going through a couple of the guys from John Boy going through to essentially rank all of the teams. Here is their minute and a half on the Mariners, who they have as the 17th best team in baseball.
The 17th best team in baseball, ranked by you, the Seattle Mariners.
Let's talk about the pitching. The starting pitching is so good that it's causing problems for the reliever war because they're not getting enough opportunity. 6 people made all the starts last year. 6. But they've been wildly inconsistent offensively. And I don't even know if that's like a strong enough word for them offensively. They have not been able to get it done. I believe they only had $10 million to spend. That's not going to get you much. Even Carlos Santana is not on your radar if it's for $10 million. Christian Walker signed, he gets $20 million a year. Pete's not going to come there. We wanted Pete to go there forever. They were never in the race for these guys. So you're going to go to bat again with the same lineup. Yeah, you got a new manager and you finished 21-13 with them. And yeah, Edgar Martinez is there simplifying the approach, which I love. Is it enough to turn things around? Because this team, Jake, doesn't have to be a freaking juggernaut offensively. They just can't be bottom 5.
The point about the offense is great. If this was a 15th ranked offense, we're talking World Series, and we almost can't even dream that.
DraftKings has the over-under win total at 84.5. I think I have mine. Are you ready?
I think I have mine.
In 3, 2, 1. Over. Okay.
We love this team.
We love the Mariners.
This is our team.
Over of 84.5. I think Mariner fans are hoping it's going to be a little higher than that, but that's a full-fledged, I think, kind of fair all around, looking at all sides of it take on the Mariners. Taking the over on 84.5.
Yeah, we talked about this at the very end of the week last week when we were down there, and I think my number was 85. Right, so that would be over 84.5 by just a nudge, but yeah, I think all of that is pretty astute and pretty fair, and especially with the infield offensively, with so many question marks of their production.
You think 84.5 is enough?
No.
Saw Adolis Garcia yesterday, went down with another oblique injury, so another problem for him and the Rangers. Maybe that helps you, and with the changes that the Astros have made. Yeah, I mean, you could certainly write a pretty good script, Brock, that A, they get to 85 or more, and B, that actually is enough. Greg Amsinger was out at Mariner camp, and he was not nearly as positive as he's been.
Every year I say they're going to be in the playoffs, and every year they're just short. So I'm going to mix it up. But before I give you this prediction, I love the Mariners, man. I'm not from Seattle, but I love the Mariners. Do I not love? We were at the Extra Innings Festival here in Arizona just yesterday.
That's right.
What was I wearing?
You were wearing a Seattle Mariners jersey.
The offense is still an issue, and because they didn't go get it back, they're not going to finish in first, second, third, or fourth. I'm just going to say it that way.
Ouch.
He thinks they're a last-place team in this division. Well, I guess that sort of depends on what Oakland does. So, a couple things to come back to. One, that idea that if their offense is just average, they're going to be fine. They're going to be a World Series team. The only problem I have with that is that in 2023, not last year, the year before, they had the 12th ranked offense. Not 15th, not 16th, not 18th, 12th. They scored the 12th most runs
scored.
In runs scored.
Is that by?
That's the runs scored.
Okay.
Like, how many runs did you score? Which is ultimately how you measure offense. That's the goal of offense, is to score runs. It's not?
It is.
I think it is.
No, it is.
They were 12th.
But my eyes watched that offense.
I know it
did.
did.
The 12th best offense.
Because it was wildly inconsistent,
right,
and you have a big problem with strikeouts.
10 runs and 8 runs and 0-0-0.
Absolutely. It was wildly inconsistent. My point of bringing it up is not to sit here and for the millionth time defend the 2023 offense. It's that it's not just about where your offense ranks. It's about its consistency. It's about when it does things. Does it perform in clutch moments? All of those things end up factoring in, and all of those things were major problems for that team.
Yep.
It also is, hey, your bullpen is having trouble picking up reliever WAR because of your starters. Maybe. I think last year they were also having trouble because they were blowing a lot of really big games with names like Austin Voth pitching in huge innings. So, like, it's not quite as simple as just have an average offense. There are a lot of other things that need to come together for that as well.
I think some of the challenge, too, is this division is going to be better. The A's last year and kind of felt some of their young people coming, and they actually invested some offseason resources into some people, and they're going to be a little bit better. The Rangers that have a hard time believing their pitching is going to be as injured as they were a season ago, and DeGrom is coming back, and you know, obviously, and Seager and Simeon have stars. I mean, they have star power offensively, whether Garcia's healthy or not. And, you know, Houston added Christian Walker. Yeah, I know they lose Kyle Tucker, but Yordan Alvarez is still there, and Altuve is going to be out in left field, and their young catcher was up and coming, and Framber Valdez, and some of their pitching hasn't gone anywhere. And so, yeah, it's like I think that division, even the Angels, you know, added and spent a little bit. Yeah, they did around the edges. They nibbled. And even they added a little bit.
I'm trying to figure this out.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. Did the Angels? How'd the Mariners do against those guys?
Yeah, they had some struggles last year. It's pretty frustrating.
8-15 against those suckers or whatever.
Sort of the reason was the Angels. The reason the Mariners didn't make the playoffs.
Pretty much. Yeah.
I'm struggling with this text from the 253 that says average runs per game is more important. Well, I think all the teams play 162 games. So if you just average the number of runs scored they played and divide it by 162.
Is that speaking to consistency?
Well, no. Average runs per game would just be total runs scored divided by 162.
Yeah.
That'd be the same.
They were 21st in runs scored last year.
Yeah, I said 2 years ago they were 12th.
Right.
Yep.
Although I'm kind of on Brock's side about the wildly inconsistent thing. And I like the 23 offense.
Hold on. It's my side, too. I'm agreeing with that.
All right.
Yes.
But there is a tendency to ignore the fact that they were 12th overall in runs scored that year.
Yeah. And that year they were
It's so funny. Yeah. And nobody wants to admit that because it doesn't fit what they think about
that's
the
just
Mariners.
that's just one. It's a really important stat.
It's ultimately what all the other stats are about.
Yeah. And
all the other stats are about how many runs you score. None of the other stats actually matter.
Well, that's what I was kind of going to say. They were 12th in team WRC plus last year, and they were 6th in 23. And I kind of have a problem with that because I'm starting to not trust the whole team park adjusted stats. It's fine as a player, but when you don't actually, like, you don't have to hit that well in Seattle to have a high number for team WRC plus because ballparks.
That's right. It's going to change it all. Right. Ultimately, it's about how many runs you score. They scored 12th number of runs, 23. Like, I know it's frustrating, and they struck out, and it was ugly, and they had fits and starts. They didn't capitalize on the runs that they did score. Anyway, all of this I thought I would lead up to what I'd hoped would be a positive take. Here's a positive Mariner take. Are you ready? A little optimism today. J.P. Crawford. His issues last year in 2024, where he struggled mightily, may have been more injury related than we've talked about. And he missed 57 games last year, so around a little more than a third of the season, right? That stinks, but it doesn't tell you the whole story. Do you remember the 2 injuries that JP had? I did not. I needed to look it up. Do you remember the 2 injuries?
I know one of them was oblique.
One of them was an oblique.
Yep.
The other was a fractured hand. If there are 2 injuries in all of baseball that linger beyond the time you come back, it is an oblique and anything related to the hand, finger, wrist. Those are exactly the types of injuries that will take out your whole year, even though you're able to play through them. JP's a tough dude. He's willing to play through pain. This is not a shot at him at all. The best players in baseball injure their hands, fingers, obliques, and wrists and end up coming back and struggling their way through it and not putting up their typical numbers. So to believe in a J.P. Crawford turnaround, you've got to believe that some of his problems last year at age 29, he'll be 30 this year, were because he got hurt twice and were affected by those injuries the rest of the year, which is neither a surprise nor a stretch. Those are perfectly normal things to suggest. Dave Wyman said yesterday he was the kind of guy that he most wanted to talk to, right? Because he's a leader. And I think we forget, like, when he is going, JP is a jump starter. He's not the fastest guy, but he's a great base runner. He's not the biggest power hitter, but he's a big table setter.
Yep.
And, like, Baseball Reference does project an 82-point jump in his OPS this year, which is pretty large. And it still wouldn't even be that high. That would just get him to like 700. But I don't think it's out of line to think that J.P. Crawford's going to have a significantly better offensive year than last year.
Yep, I sure hope so. Yep, and baseball is so doggone difficult to try to predict in that way. The only thing I would say to that, not to cut off the the positive and be negative, is it was a slow start. Even before all of those injuries.
But some guys have slow starts. I mean, you're not going to look at like a bad couple weeks and be like, that guy had a terrible year.
But it wasn't as if he was X,
I know
and then he got hurt, and
he
then
had
it
a bad
just tumbled and tumbled and tumbled. It was rough all the way
But I think he
along.
never really had the opportunity to get himself out of it because he's got two of the injuries that are going to be problematic for an entire season.
Yeah, go through them, Salk. It's the groin of the goalie.
Oh, those groins for goalies are no good. No good.
It's the thumb and the wrist for a hitter, right? It's the oblique for a hitter.
Ugh.
Yeah, we can go through them.
Don't like obliques for anybody. Pitchers, hitters.
Turf toe for offensive linemen.
I'll tell you what's becoming really bad in football is any sort of sports hernia.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Oblique and sports hernias getting worse and worse for offensive or for football players. Yeah. So hopefully that was the problem for JP.
Lyle, you ever had a
Hopefully it's
hernia?
100%.
I've not had a hernia,
good.
thank goodness. I'll say this, while we're giving JP his flowers, I feel like one of the storylines about him that kind of gets slept on from last year, his defense actually took a huge jump back to where I'm not going to say where it used to be in 20 and 21, but he had 9 defensive runs saved at shortstop last year. It took a really nice jump from where it had been the last couple of years.
They're going to
maybe
need
that's
that
a big
because
step.
I think the guys around him could have some real struggles at playing the infield defensively. Anyway, there's a little positive take. J.P. Crawford due for a bounce back, and there's some reasoning why. It's time for some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, 3 good football questions, Brock. Let's start here. ESPN has their final top 100 free agent rankings. What jumped out to you as you look through that?
Yeah, a few things jumped out. Number one, these linemen we've been talking about, Will Fries and Drew Dahlman in particular, pretty highly thought of. Right, these are top 50 free agents, top 30 free agents, and those are wave 1 free agents that are going to get some money. And Fries is a little different. Got dinged up at the end of the year, lower leg injury, tibula deal. I think you can kind of predict where you come back from that. Dahlman undersized a little bit, but so unbelievably productive, right? The mouthpiece right in the center of that offensive line. Atlanta can't really afford to franchise him because they're paying the right tackle, McGarry. They're paying the left tackle, Matthews. They're paying the guard, Lindstrom. And, I think a real opportunity there for the Seahawks. That's number one. Number two, unlike last year, Salk, and one of the reasons the Seahawks have a bunch of compensatory picks is they lost free agents last year. They lost Bobby. They lost Damian Lewis, the guard. And because of that, we're compensated with some pretty good picks, right? 4th and 5th rounders in this upcoming draft.
Sure.
Ernest Jones, the only free agent in the top 100 for the Seahawks. And I think we all believe he's going to find a way to be back here.
Right.
So there's going to be no compensatory action in the following year's draft. The last thing, I think I finally found a receiver that is a decent option. Still a step back from DK significantly, and a different kind of guy. But every time the Seahawks have played him, and he had a huge game this year against them, but every time I'm like, I like that guy. When I saw him at Auburn, I like that guy. He's never had a top-notch QB to throw to him, but he's always been a pro and effective, and he was in the top 75, and that was Darius Slayton, the receiver from the Giants. A little bit undersized, little, again, not as physical, but a guy that can play outside. He's a good route runner. And I finally found a receiver on that free agent market, if you were to go that DK kind of trade route, that could at least come in and fill some of the void.
All right, question number 2. And we'll come back to some of that DK stuff here in a little while. What was the upside, Brock, and the downside of Dre Jones's tenure here in Seattle?
Yeah, I think the upside, honestly, were those pressure metrics. That, he didn't just, shut it down. Sometimes my biggest fear with defensive linemen when they get paid, this, is that engine just doesn't rev as much as it did when they were trying to play for that contract. I think his engine revved. I think he played really hard. I just think, unfortunately, that's the upside of it. And as I said, third on the team in pressures, fourth on the team in pressures, was not an abject disaster, posted most of the time, played through some injury. But the downside was he was just a tweener.
Mm-hmm.
And from the first day we saw 55 walk out, we're like, is that Frank Clark? That's a D tackle? You move on from some of the pieces there on that D line after a miserable season with LJ and Big Al Woods trying to fit in the wrong schemes. And here comes, your first big swing, wave one, let's go get this guy. And it's what he was at the combine, right? He's kind of a 5-flat guy at the combine, so he's not an outside guy, but he's physical, he's disruptive, he's athletic, but he's not quite big enough to be a force and hold a point of attack inside. And man, there's a lot of tweeners at all levels, high school, college, and pro. You just kind of at times feel a little bit bad. You're just in between two positions, and there is just nothing you can do about it. You maximize every God-given gift you have, but you're just, unfortunately, a little bit in between, and I think that was a lot of Trey Jones here in Seattle.
All right, question number 3. Let's see. You mentioned the sneaky good fit on the wide receiver market, right? That was part of the.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was Darius.
Okay, so let me. It's all right. Don't worry about it, Brock. I got another one for you. We're locked and loaded here. Geno Smith, 3 years, $100 million. That's what Brady suggested.
Yeah.
Now I listened to Brady's cut a few times. Is he saying 3 years, 100 plus a $30 million signing bonus?
He's
that
saying
really
3 years,
makes
$102 million, plus in that is a $36 million. Yeah.
So that's built in. So he's not saying it's really 3 years,
no,
$132 million.
No.
So he's saying that Geno Smith's going to settle for a deal that pays him $30 million a year?
A little bit more.
$34 million a year?
A little more than it has last year. Get him another nearly $40 million bag and signing bonus.
$34 million?
Yeah.
You think Geno says yes to $34 million?
No.
If Brock Purdy is saying no to 45? I'm sorry, that goes against everything I think I know about Geno Smith. I know he gets $6 million extra this year, but that goes against everything I think I know about Geno Smith.
About how frustrated he was watching Trevor Lawrence and watching Tua and watching these guys get their bag.
That'd be really, really hard. And then Brady went on to say this.
Again, I think that I imagine that he was so upset last year that if it came down to it, he would maybe skip OTAs. And you just want to avoid a situation like that when you're talking about installing a new offense, trying to mesh with whatever new pass catchers they have, whatever new offensive linemen they have. So I think there's incentive to get this deal done, this coming week. Not necessarily they have to, but I think there's plenty of incentive to get this deal done sooner rather than on their typical timeline for extension.
Yeah, and we know a couple things. And Brady referenced this yesterday. We do know this. Over 16 years of watching these things, Salk, that John Schneider is very, very clear. This is the order of business, and this is how we operate. And we don't really deviate no matter who you are, whether it was Russell Wilson or Jared Allen or anybody, that we kind of go through this process. This is the time to do it. This is the week to do it. This sets the dominoes for everybody else. If you don't get this done now, there more than likely will be less down the road. And ultimately, we still hold the cards. You're still under contract for next year. So if you want all of that new money and you want all of that guarantee, you still have the leverage. And, oh, by the way, we have a draft too, where there's a couple kids that we actually like. So I think the leverage play in this one is very much on Seattle's side. And then also, these two sides had time at the old combine, right? And a lot of time to discuss. And I'm sure Geno's agent, like he did the last time, got maybe a little feel for where this market is and where different people are going to go, and where's Aaron Rodgers, and where's Sam Darnold, and where's these spots that are going to get filled up. And all of a sudden,
hard for me to imagine.
What leverage do you have?
$32 million in a world, or $34 million in a world where Brock Purdy's saying no to 45.
He's going to be 35 years old, man.
That's still going to be
a big difference.
Still hard for me to imagine. That is
25 and him 35.
That's today's Blue 88. Text coming in. The worst injury for a sports radio broadcaster is that hammy. 425 says, don't forget hamstrings for pretentious middle-aged men. That's fair. I'll own that one.
Any high school basketball gyms? Any texts on that? Any people
a
thumbs
few.
up on that one?
Yeah, I think a few people agreed. Somebody had a long text disagreeing with it. But yeah, I think for the most part, everybody agreed. That's a great environment.
Oh, it's so fun.
Right?
Especially like when there's big stakes. Especially you get to like playoffs. You go to like the O'Day East Side Catholic or some of those Metro Garfield. Oh, my gosh.
Big time.
Oh,
Big
man.
time.
Energy just dripping from the ceilings. Yes.
All right, coming up next, I saw words matter, right? Can we agree that words matter and the way you phrase things matters? When you're talking about one of the biggest stars in town, you got to get the words absolutely right. That's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
It sure seems like Geno Smith will be back with the Seahawks in 2025. Two things we heard this weekend that tell us that. First, Mike McDonald's interview with Fox 13.
Geno's our quarterback. I don't understand the conversation.
Tom Pelissero had this to say.
The Seahawks appear to be all in on Geno Smith for 2025.
To me, it's obvious. Geno has to be the guy. You're in a position where you're not going to draft high. You can't still get a quarterback late and hope you develop. But Geno has showed he can win you some ball games.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Numbness or burning pain in the feet or hands are warning signs of peripheral neuropathy. For years, Sound Pain Solutions has helped thousands using our innovative narcotic-free approach. Now we're excited to introduce our most powerful treatment yet. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We've discovered a new bioelectrical treatment that produces remarkable results. Studies show 85% of neuropathy sufferers report a 50% reduction in pain. Our new therapy can reduce pain and regenerate damaged nerves. It's performed by medical providers and naturopathic physicians. It's a breakthrough treatment that has changed the lives of thousands who suffer from nerve pain. At Sound Pain Solutions, all our therapies are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, and narcotic-free. Learn if you qualify for our new neuropathy treatment. Schedule a free consultation by visiting soundpainsolutions.com. soundpainsolutions.com.
It is that time of year, homeowners. You start thinking about that roof with all of the rain and probably snow coming, and you wonder, do I need a new roof? Do I need a repair? Or even what is happening up there? Well, I was thinking the same thing, so I had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection for me, and they were extremely professional. The communication was great every step of the way, and the best part is they sent me a detailed report with pictures showing me what they saw and gave me the recommendations. And what you really need is an expert on your side. An Asset Roofing is on my side. Allow them to work for you too, especially if your home is surrounded by trees like mine is, which leads to the moss growth that was happening. Your roof is supposed to last upwards of 20 years, so a yearly inspection is a very small price to pay for adding to the lifespan of your roof, saving you big money down the road and giving you peace of mind. Find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx, save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Words really do matter, Brock. We've talked about this before, and what you say and how you say it can certainly affect the message. So I perked up yesterday when I saw a response to something from Bob Condota from the Seattle Times, and I think he did great work here. He was responding to a tweet from Fox Sports with a list of guys that were on the trade block this offseason in football, in the NFL. And there were like 8 guys, and in the bottom right corner was DK Metcalf. And I think Condota's absolutely right in his response. He writes, DK Metcalf is not, quote, on the trade block, unquote. The Seahawks are not actively trying to trade him. Given his contract situation, teams may be calling, and John Schneider wouldn't be doing his job if he didn't listen. But that's not being on the trade block. Thanks. I'll hang up now, which I think is great. And he's absolutely right. DK Metcalf is not on the trade block. The Seahawks are not calling everybody and trying to trade him. This is not like, giving him and his agent permission to seek a trade, which almost always ends up in being released. That is not what's happening right now. Nobody seems to think it is. Mm-hmm. So to use that terminology is unfair and, quite frankly, weakens the Seahawks' position if, in fact, they do want to trade him, even if he's not on the trade block.
Mm-hmm.
But DK's not untouchable. That doesn't tell the whole story. Because DK's not untouchable, and the circumstances around entering the final year of his contract do make him a candidate to either be extended or traded.
Was Luis Castillo on the trade block?
I would say no-ish.
Similar?
No-ish.
Would you put Luis Castillo in the offseason for the Seattle Mariners, fielding different calls and evaluating in kind of the same boat that you would put DK Metcalf?
I think that's exactly.
Because I think I do.
Yeah, I think that's a really good comp. Neither of them were really on the trade block, but that doesn't mean there wasn't a reasonable chance due to logic and the circumstances of their contract, et cetera, and the teams that they play for, that make them desirable for a trade, and maybe, you could get enough back for them to make it worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, they both, in this sense and in this conversation, a little nuanced, different sports and everything else, but they're both valuable pieces that could get you value back. So, it wouldn't be, just hang up the phone. It'd be I'll listen to that. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's not good enough. Okay. I'll a 3rd-round pick. Yeah. We're not doing that.
And maybe it goes beyond that, right? I mean, maybe it's no, let's see what we could get back, and we would be interested in doing this, and this kind of fits our. But that doesn't mean the same as we're actively trying to trade this person. I don't know. I think it's funny. To say DK Metcalf is on the trade block is an exaggeration. To say DK's not on the trade block because they're not actively trying to trade him, I'm not sure that tells the whole story either, even though it's much more accurate than saying he's on the trade block. We talked to Brady Henderson specifically about the DK rumors yesterday, and he said this.
I have not been able to independently confirm the details of that report, and so I don't know. That's not me saying that they're not correct or anything. Corbin is a good person, a good reporter. I just haven't been able to independently confirm those. So I don't know if I can't say specifically that, they have talked to Green Bay and that all those details of who and what would be involved in it. I don't know that, but I can say that I think that there is some truth to the idea that they could trade DK Metcalf. I don't think that it's totally a non-starter. I've just heard enough conflicting things about the Green Bay report in particular that I don't really know what to believe there, but the idea that they could trade DK, I think that's absolutely true.
Does there also come a time, Salk?
Hold on, just quickly. The idea that they could trade DK is absolutely true.
Yes.
That's different from no one on the roster is untouchable.
Correct.
That is not the same thing as, sure, I guess for the right price we'd trade anybody. It's not that. It is somewhere in between being on the trade block and just listening to offers for everybody.
Yeah, Devin Witherspoon, Leonard Williams, not even listening. They're not even part of the conversation. Right, these are kind of core foundational. Charles Cross, these are kind of core foundational pieces that contractually and age and commitment, everything else. We're not even going to entertain any of that. DK, you entertain, and I think in a component of this, Salk, and this is where it gets real saucy and real speculative, and people get, I think, real frustrated because sometimes don't want to hear some of the truth or hear us speculate about it. But I do think the relationship between him and Geno matters in this one. And I think a couple years ago, it was frosty, like it is for a lot of quarterbacks and receivers, like it got to be with Doug Baldwin and Russell Wilson, like it gets to be, look, all around the league all the time, even with Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen. It just, that is can be a tenuous relationship, especially with a pretty bombastic, emotional receiver like DK.
And Brady spoke to that yesterday.
If that does happen, I would, the first questions I would be asking would be, okay, how much of this is the whole salary idea and having to give him a huge new contract and the danger of giving third contracts to receivers? How much of it is that? And how much of it is just the personality and feeling like, behind the scenes, maybe things have gotten difficult just because I think if you're fine with the personality and the fit in the locker room and everything, then I just don't see a $30 million extension being a huge jump from what he's already. I mean, he's making $24 million.
He goes on from there, but I think you get the point.
Yeah. Look at A.J. Brown with Jalen Hurts. Look at Deebo Samuel with Brock Purdy. I mean, just open your eyes and see at times the tenuous nature of that relationship. And now you have year 2 of Mike McDonald. Now you have year 1 of Clint Kubiak. Now you have a system, Salk, that's not going to likely throw it with the volume they've thrown it in the past. A young ascending receiver in JSN that you want to get his touches, a 12 personnel grouping that you want to get more involved. And you just kind of, put all these little pieces together. And, is a $30 million receiver going to be okay with taking less and getting less bites at the apple and less opportunities? I mean, these are all of the reasons why there's
let me
smoke
throw
to this.
one other potential element out there, and I know there's folks that don't like the hypotheticals, but that's sort of what you do in the offseason. What if this is all just negotiating and bargaining and trying to let DK know, yeah, we like you, but we're not going to pay you that much. We're willing to trade you. We're willing to, have some rumors out there that there's the possibility that you could get dealt. So, yeah, we'll give you this, but we're not going to be beholden to you.
Or, you also say kind of like you do. Yeah, and I think that's fair. And I think you say like we did with Geno there at the end of Blue 88. Ultimately, you still have another year on your deal. So, and then, we can franchise you after that, which you've seen teams do, 2 wide receivers.
A lot of money with a wide receiver.
There is. What is it? 20. What is it with T. Higgins? I saw the other
it's more than that.
Oh, is it really?
I think so.
Okay.
26.
26. So
I thought it was more than that. Okay, that's less than I would have thought.
So yeah, could this also be some of that bargaining? And hey, man, we do still hold the cards. You still do have another year. We still do have franchise. There's still possibilities for us to control you for the next 2-3 years. So. That leverage game always seems to, in these conversations, just typically funnel back to the team because they have a lot of it in a sport without the guaranteed money. So, but good for Bob.
But yeah, I like
good for the sage. Good for the sage.
I like the way you could just feel the frustration of like, oh, for God's sakes, I can't believe I've got to weigh in on this. I'll hang up my crusty old man self now. But he's right. I just think that the story is really it's nuanced and complicated, and the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle. This is not a non-starter, but also he's not on the trade block. So there you go. Okay, coming up, Mora made a phenomenal point last night that I think we need to address in some detail in 20 minutes, and it's another optimistic piece of positivity. Wow. It's coming up in 20 after everything you need to know next.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
You're down at the Combine. What's the biggest priority that you want to know about these players?
Yeah, I would say having our coaches here this year, interviewing the players in person and watching them interact, how they respond to the teaching, and can they teach the coaches. That's probably the most important thing this year. We didn't bring the guys last year because everybody was just installing our systems and getting going. So it's pretty cool having those guys here this year.
View the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Oh, I love talking about my friends at First Mark Insurance. You know why? Because Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge and victory, and man, am I glad we did. We heard so many First Mark Challenge victories over the years that saved people so much money on their insurance, and we were confused. I know many of you are. You're confused about what you have covered. You're confused about why your premiums are going up. You're confused, well, like we were a year ago when our carrier just left the business. So that is where First Mark Insurance, that's where, man, they come to play. They're your teammate. That's the best way I can say it. They're your teammate. And they spent the last 3 decades helping thousands of families, including mine, successfully manage this world of insurance. Here's how they do it, right? Unlike you and me, right, who try to get on the internet and try to search for different rates, they have got relationships, decades-old relationships and equity with these companies and with these insurance companies to find you the best fit. They will do it. They will search the market. They will find you the right carrier, and they will take all the stress and confusion right off your plate. But you just simply got to take the challenge, and it's totally free. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. All the information is right there, firstmarkinsurance.com, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory I get to call. First Mark Insurance, your teammate that goes to work for you.
Headed to the Sounder game this Saturday? Get down early and check out the Seattle RV Show. Sounders fans will be able to attend the show for just $5 before and after the match when they present their soccer ticket. More info at seattlervshow.com.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months same as cash financing and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the 3rd highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Seahawks make their moves yesterday, Brock. The first 4, all expected. No big surprises, nor do I think there will be any big surprises. Although I guess they wouldn't be surprises if we predicted them. Anyway, 4 players released. Dre Jones, the biggest name on there, because he is, in fact, the largest free agent deal that this organization has ever given out to an outsider. Rayshon Jenkins, George Fant, Roy Robertson Harris. They saved $27 million. It'll cost them about $17.5 million in dead cap money.
Yeah, and you're going to likely release Tyler Lockett this week. Going to give him his own day, not kind of grouped in with those 4, because all that he's done for a decade is one of the best receivers in the history of this organization. That will save you another 17. If and when you get Geno's deal done, that will save you another chunk of change. Bottom line, you're going to have money to play with. If you want Will Fries, if you want Drew Dahlman, if you want an impact first wave offensive lineman, you now have absolutely all the resources to go get that done.
To go do it, right? I mean, like, that does feel like something. And then be right. It's a hard job, right? You get criticized if you don't make the big move. You get criticized if the big move is wrong. But that's the gig. Like, you got to find a way to get this team out of the very good and into the great.
Speaking of words matter, speaking of criticism, speaking of doing that job, Joe Shane has ruined Hard Knocks off seasons forever. Never, ever. Even Belichick was like, thought about doing it for Carolina. No, not going to do it.
Yeah, we're good.
Because Saquon, oh my gosh, it's going to be really hard if he goes to Philadelphia. Oh, you think? I don't know about valuation of paying him $14 million. Really? Got 20? Like, ooh,
it's real hard to see how that sausage gets made and not afterwards just rip anybody who gets it wrong.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We'll see Bryce Miller tonight, Brock. Second start of the spring as the Mariners are taking on the Royals on the road in Surprise, Arizona. I said a couple times I think Bryce Miller could be the guy I'm most excited about in the rotation this year. I played you the Ryan Dempster sound earlier where he says that Miller's got a real shot at a Cy Young season. Here's a little more from Dempster, asked about who should be the opening day starter for this group.
2 things, right? You look at last year and what they were able to do, and who was the guy that led your pitching staff. I think managers, when they finish the year, they go, okay, this was my best pitcher at the end of the year. And then when they come into spring training, if they're locked and loaded and ready to go, it becomes easy to make that decision. So, yeah, I would probably, you could lean towards Luis Castillo because of the veteran leadership, but at the same time, I think the steps forward that Logan Gilbert took, and it's only going to be a matter of time before Bryce Miller ends up in that group too. And so I would probably bank on him being the guy, just what he was able to do last year, building off of this year. I mean, he deserves it. He earned that right last year, and as long as he's healthy in spring and going out there and throwing the ball well, I'm sure he'll probably be the opening day starter.
All right, Salk, I got a little something for you. A little spicy something.
Oh, okay.
A little spicy nuggets from Wendy's.
I like something spicy.
Every time Benetti had to do the read, spicy nug, it was really funny. A little spicy nugget here for you. What if it's not just Logan and Luis in a battle for the first or second? What if Bryce is in the battle to be the third? What if you move this rotation around? What if Dan Wilson, who is a super nice guy, who's full of grace and truth, as he said, but also has got that competitive battle, Lou Piniella imprint, screw it. You go compete. You go and based on what Bryce did over the course of last season and finishing the season, why are you fourth in the pecking order?
I think we talked about that yesterday with some of the moves being made, right? Of bumping him up and bumping George back. And I don't think that's outside the realm of what's possible. That seems like actually something that could very well be occurring. We're going to talk to Ryan Rowland-Smith in about an hour. He is going to be on the TV for opening day, Brock, this year.
He's the opening day starter.
He's the opening day starter.
He was at one point, I believe.
No.
Oh, I think so.
He did not start an opening day.
Are you sure?
Yes.
That does not sound right.
He did not start. I'm positive.
Are you sure?
100%.
Okay.
Yes. It was Felix or Eric Bedard one year, but it was never Ryan Rowland-Smith. Sure? Much as I love the man, he might have started a home opener, but he did not start on opening day. That did not happen.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Trust me. Didn't happen. Love the guy. You could ask him that at 9:30. He might have started a home opener.
I believe he did.
That sounds very possible. Home opener.
Yep.
Different. A little different. Kraken didn't give up last night, but they lost again. 4-3 to Minnesota. Got down 4-1, battled back. Goals for Larson, Montour. Shane Wright had another goal, but also gave up at least one. They just, can't seem to get out of their own way and just, again, don't have a roster that looks any better than what they've done. So trade deadline coming up this week. In fact, on Friday, and they've got moves that they've got to make. They've got a bunch of older guys. Here's Elliot Friedman talking about some of those veterans.
I think the interesting thing is what happens with some of the guys who have term. That's the more interesting stuff to me. Jaden Schwartz, 1 more year. Burakovsky, 2 more years, but a big number. 5-5. Bjorkstrand, 1 more year, 5-4.
Yeah, some of those guys, I can't imagine why a team would want to take on Andre Burakovsky. He's been awful. Bjorkstrand, I think I see value for a contending team to bring someone like that in, but I don't know, man. They got to get this figured out, and they got to decide exactly what their future looks like.
Yep. I know why you're frustrated. You just kind of totally stuck right in the middle.
Yeah. It's a familiar problem.
With some young guys that are good, but not great. Although Shane's showing some promise. Another goal last night.
But then you just see the other side of it of great promise on the offensive end, but do you have the defensive responsibility to let the coach keep you in there? If you don't, you're going to get taken out. That just doesn't – you better be Alex Ovechkin or else it's not going to cut it in today's NHL. So were you surprised at all to see Tony Reali and Around the Horn canceled yesterday after 23 years? I was a little bit.
Were you? That news came out a while ago.
Oh, really? I hadn't seen that. Oh,
yeah,
I didn't know that.
I don't know what yesterday. As we're just kind of closing in on it. Maybe the final.
No, they kind of made it. Maybe they just made it official yesterday.
Did they?
They said May 23rd is the last day.
Yeah. When was the last time you watched that show?
Oh, it's been forever. But I don't watch television, so I'm not. I don't watch anything.
Okay.
I'm not the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's everything you need to know. We do a quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk show. Yeah, I am a little frustrated on the Kraken thing. And I opened the show with it at 6 o'clock of just man, get this together. I want hockey to succeed. I'm going to watch these games no matter what because I'm a hockey fan. Last night, 7 o'clock comes around, I turn on the game because that's what I do. I like watching hockey, and I'll root for the team even though, they haven't given me a tremendous amount of reason to do so. But I find it very frustrating that they have been unable to turn a corner that they've actually gotten progressively worse since they made the playoffs, and as Maura correctly pointed out, have sort of, gone away from the strategy that got them there. But rather than finding the big names, the big-time stars that will get you over the hump, instead, they ended up overspending on Burakovsky and on Stevenson, and, that doesn't get you any closer either.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, just very frustrating. Very, very frustrating.
Yep. I just don't really know who you are. Right? I mean, after these years, kind of felt like that year in the playoff, this is going to be a gritty kind of veteran team. It's going to be about the sum of all the parts, more than just the star power.
Mm-hmm.
But really, since then, over the last year and a half, you've just kind of been stuck right in the middle. And I'll say it for the 100th time, the one thing that I do know, that's not where Todd Leiweke in his lifetime has ever done business.
Agreed.
He's swung.
Yep.
And he's gone big. And he's won everywhere he's been, largely because of that. And I just don't imagine him continuing to go through the motions of this.
Doesn't seem like something that Todd is going to suffer for very long. All right. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour in the Brock and Salk Show. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we've got a little game of which is better. Before we get there, though, Maura has a great question that I think I know the answer to. I don't know. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Brock, what is your bold prediction for the Seahawks this year?
Every day at 7:45.
I was looking at the numbers defensively when it was all said and done. Finished in the top 15 in your major categories. I think year 2 with more time on task. Year 2 with a couple additional pieces. Year 2 with everybody basically coming back defensively and hopefully adding a difference maker third corner. This could be a top 5 defense in the league.
Blue 88 answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Well, we've had some wind, we've had some rain, we've had some sun. We're going to get a lot more rain again next week. So if you are having issues with your roof, you've got to know who to call. We've got thousands of roofers in this area. And so you got to maybe do a little process of elimination to figure out who you want to use. Well, let's eliminate anybody who's not GAF Master Elite certified. That takes out 97%. You're down to the Elite 3. Well, how many have over 35 years of experience? How many utilize the catch-all system to keep your yard or your driveway totally clear of any debris? How many are family owned? How many have local roots? How many have the stamp of approval from my household? Leaves you with one, the roofing company you can trust, Riverside Roofing. How many are going to offer you $1,000 off your roofing project right now when you do a full roof replacement? Only one. You got to mention our name, either Mike Salk or the station, Seattle Sports. And talk to Brandon over there. That's Don's son, and he will give you $1,000 off your roof replacement. In a sea of thousands, Riverside Roofing stands out. And they do have openings, so have them out to your house right now. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account imported on $60 plan. First service charge and tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob all this week from 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $4,000 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
At Sound Pain Solutions, some of the most difficult cases we see are patients suffering from failed back surgery syndrome. Bill is an avid golfer, but his pain got so bad he couldn't play and was considering surgery.
My back was killing me. I could not play any more golf. I could not walk more than half a block. I did not want surgery on my back, and I researched many different ways of getting this fixed. Behind that was horror stories from my friends who had back surgery, but it wasn't worth it, and I just made conclusion to that. There's got to be another way.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Bill back on the course without the risk of surgery. We did this using non-invasive, FDA-cleared procedures like non-surgical decompression, laser, pressure wave, and bioelectrical treatments. Now, Bill is back to playing golf and enjoying life. Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I love when Maura asks a really good question because when she does, it'll get my little brain trying to come up with an answer. My teeny tiny little brain is just trying to come up with an answer to Maura's good question, and I love it. Could the lowered expectations, asks Maura, for this season actually be a good thing for the Mariners and specifically for their players? And the expectations are lower. Right, that win total, below 85 as an over/under. All the moves that weren't made. Greg Amsinger, we played you the sound earlier, where he for years has been pretty high on the Mariners.
Play it again for me, because you know what I hear? I hear a young Brian Baldinger.
Okay, yeah,
I figured out his voice and finally hit me.
Actually, looks a little bit like a young Brian Baldinger as well. Yes. He's been Mr. Mariner fan and kind of went the other way this year.
Every year I say they're going to be in the playoffs, and every year they're just short. So I'm going to mix it up. But before I give you this prediction, I love the Mariners, man. I'm not from Seattle, but I love the Mariners. Do I not love?
You love the Mariners.
We were at the Extra Innings Festival here in Arizona just yesterday.
That's right.
What was I wearing?
You were wearing a Seattle Mariners jersey.
The offense is still an issue, and because they didn't go get a bat, they're not going to finish in first, second, third, or fourth. I'm just going to say it that way.
Ouch.
Yeah, so add that. David Schoenfelder of ESPN gave out offseason grades for every team. The Mariners got an F. A straight F. He writes, the 2025 Mariners are going to look a lot like the 24 Mariners, a team that missed the playoffs by one win for the second straight season. Despite all the trade rumors and suggestions, they bring back their stellar five-man rotation intact, which certainly isn't the worst of ideas. But for the offense to get better, they'll need better production from Polanco, JP, Mitch, and Mitch, four players now in their 30s, who are a combined 20 runs worse than the average hitter in 2024. full seasons from Randy Arozarena and Victor Robles could help as well, although Robles was way over his skis in hitting what he did last year in 77 games. So that is his take. That's an F. Greg Hemsinger, negative. Like, we know the negativity that has been certainly floating around Seattle. You don't feel it as much when you're there.
Yep.
Could that be helpful? We've talked for years, Brock, about how challenging it is in today's day and age to deal with pressure
and expectations,
to deal with a lead, to deal with being expected to win. And the Mariners have had that the last couple of years, and they have crumbled, it feels like, under the weight of those expectations over and over again. Could they be better off with those expectations significantly lowered this year?
You want a little cowherdism? When did you do cowherd? You did cowherd last week? When what was your good? You had like a cowherd. Yeah, you said this would be a very cowherdy kind of take.
I don't remember.
Yes, or 2 weeks ago. It was pretty good. This is a total, and I'm framing this once again, giving you some context for a very Colin Cowherdy kind of take with the Baker Mayfield hat turned backwards. Don't like him. You know, he's just I can't have a quarterback wears his hat backwards. I'll give you a little cowherd take that I think plays into this. And Lyle sent it last night, and it doesn't surprise me because it plays off of what we felt last week. Julio, not fun loving Julio anymore.
No.
The picture, stone cold killer. And if you kind of want a little, snippet into, people count us out, go ahead. You don't think we're very good. We don't have to come in with expectations. Not talking about Julio as the next greatest thing since sliced bread and maybe not held in the same esteem as Gunnar and Witt and some of these young guys that have passed him by. That, yes, a perfect little snapshot, Salk, of this, a little snippet of it. Do they like it? Could this benefit them? Is the fact that Julio Rodriguez just glared at that camera.
Yeah.
And there was no 50,000-watt joy and smile. And he's got a little bit more of an edge coming into 2025.
Now, that, again, goes against the 5 or 8 other guys that were smiling this year that were not smiling last year. So I don't know if that's all up and down the lineup. But for Julio, it sure does feel to be the case. He was asked a week or so ago about whether or not they have enough in this roster to win.
Really excited. Like the beginning of the year it is what it is, But I feel like I definitely took with me, like, the last 6 weeks, what we did as a team, what we did as an organization and everything, just kind of how we continue to push forward. We were right there again. So I definitely took those last 6 weeks with me into my offseason and kind of try to carry into this year. I think we have a really talented group. Maybe a lot of people don't want to see it like that, but, like, that's kind of their opinion. And, like, I personally don't really care about that. And I just think that this group has what it takes. And I feel like, I think that's something that we, continue to be focused, continue to be fighting as a team. And I think that's the only way that we're going to get through.
He sounds like the dude there. That's just like your opinion, man. Like, yeah, I don't really care much about what other people
give
think.
Us an F, Schoenfeld.
Yeah, that's just like your opinion, man. Like, he doesn't really care. He felt the need to stick up for his group. He doesn't care what anybody else thinks. So could these lowered expectations or an us against the world kind of mentality, could that help them tap into something different?
It can help Jags. And it's an uncomfortable term, just another guy. I actually reflect back. It's so weird remembering just some of these little snippets when they traded Paul Sewald. I think that was my initial take and got some like vitriol and hate for it. Like, how dare you judge Dom Canzone and Josh Rojas and call them Jags? Well, they're just another guy. Like, they're league average guys. There's not a star power. There's not a plus trait. Now, maybe Dom's wearing glasses. Maybe he's gonna see the ball now, Salky, a little bit better. But they're just kind of guys. And I think, when you come into situations like this, heck, I'll talk about Macy's basketball team. Macy's basketball team, I think, was picked to finish 12th in the Big 12, right? Just a bunch of kind of role players. Here's a transfer from Montana. Here's a transfer from Seton Hall. Here's a transfer from Mercer. They weren't, TCU and Haley Van Lith. And, now ultimately in Sedona Prince, they win the Big 12. They're first, in the conference and going to be hosting and did awesome. But they were picked to win it. Because of that, Oklahoma State was picked to finish 13th, and they finished 3rd because a bunch of Jags didn't have any expectations, just another girl. they didn't have any expectations and kind of role players. They all kind of fit together and bought in, and a bunch of them at times played a whole lot better than they were.
I don't mean to laugh, but finishing 13th in the Big 12 still sounds funny. I know. One of those amazing things about modern college sports.
And the Big 10 has 18 teams.
Right. I mean, all of it just sounds so absurd.
Yes.
But look, we've seen it happen before, and Richard Sherman has played this card, and Lord Malloy was tremendous at playing this card. Maybe it is exactly what this team needs. Now, you mentioned the other part of it, which is, you can only do it with so many Jags. You've got to have some people that are more than that. I think we know that the 5 guys in this rotation are more than Jags, right? Those are more than just another guy. Those are legitimate dudes. And then when they move together as a herd, they're even better. Julio, more than just a guy. He's got to play like it, but has the talent to be more than just a guy. Some guys in the bullpen, certainly Andres Munoz and maybe Matt Brash, maybe Santos, I don't know, we'll see, have that ability to be more than just a guy.
Yep.
There is one other player, and he is, to me, the biggest X factor. And every time I think about what it takes for this team to be good this year offensively, I keep coming back to the same name. And it's not Victor Robles. It's the guy who's going to play left field, because I think he has the talent. He has not fully lived up to it, but he's got the talent to be a difference maker. And Yonder Alonso responded to Greg Amsinger, and he pointed to that very same player as a reason he's a little more optimistic about these Mariners.
I think the Seattle Mariners, they get into the postseason. I think they finish in second place in that division, but the reason why is Randy Arozarena goes for 40 stolen bases and 25-plus home runs. We're going to see the Randy that we've seen in the postseason, baby.
You get that Randy Arozarena, and it will change the way you look at this team. It'll change the way you look at this offense. If he hits 25 home runs, steals 40 bags, gets on base, runs around, is a threat, combines with Julio in the middle of that lineup with Cal to make a 3-4-5 or 2-3-4 that you don't want to mess with, that will change the way you perceive this team. There's no doubt in my mind. I don't know if he can do that, but if he does, I think we'll have a very, very different feel for what this offense is.
So because of the ceiling being that, and has shown flashes of that, he's kind of your biggest X factor, bigger than JP at the top of the order, bigger than a Mitch Garver at a DH.
More talented than either of those guys offensively.
Okay.
Doesn't mean he's going to get there. Again, I'm not saying he's going to have a better year.
Bigger than a Jorge Polanco playing third.
Significantly bigger.
Being what he has been in the past.
Yep, significantly bigger. I think if you get, because he has just an upside that only Cal and Julio could exceed offensively.
Is Lyle awake?
Yes.
Lyle, you there?
I'm awake.
Lyle, next. It is, yeah. Sorry.
Poor Lyle. Lyle's getting annoyed with this. Wow.
Dude, there was a big yawn. There was a big yawn
Not
a
on
couple
the air.
breaks ago. No, I know. What do the next level numbers? Anything as you look at Randy Arozarena and you kind of peel the onion back as far as over the last year with a really slow start and kind of the inconsistency in Seattle, are there some? Is it again the strikeout rate? What is it with Arozarena that has just held him back in the regular season, especially the last couple years? Anything jump off the page?
There is swing and miss there, so he doesn't strike out at an absurd number, but he struck out 26% of the time last year. That's not nothing. So sure, that and the swing and miss could certainly be cut down, and I guess we're talking about offense, but I just can't help but look at his defensive value when every time you talk about Randy Arozarena, there's just not much there.
He has not played as good a defense as you would like for a guy with his athleticism.
No, not at all.
It's true.
So I would say it's those two things. It's the defense, and he's got to cut down the swing and miss.
It'll be interesting to watch Dan manage him, right? Just that personality, some of that volatility.
You know, I'm looking right now. You want one more thing?
Yeah, I want one more, Lyle. Give me one more.
Randy Arozarena hit 180 against fastballs last year. Well, that can't happen again.
That's weird.
That cannot happen again.
Yeah, he had a bad year. I mean, that was the other thing. That was the reason they acquired him, is that he was not having a very good start to his season in Tampa, and then he got super hot for Tampa for a couple of months, came here and was good. He wasn't great while he was here, but he was certainly not bad. I mean, he was a good hitter and a good player. And if you get the hot version of Randy Arozarena because he's capable of it in a way that, I'm sorry, Jorge Polanco and Mitch Garver, those guys aren't, or JP, those guys can be better contributors than they were a year ago, but I don't think they can do what Randy Arozarena can do. I think he's one of those legit X factors that, to me, is right after Julio in terms of if he gets it done, we're having a pretty different conversation about this Mariner offense. All right, let's play a fun game. Let's play some Which is Better. my God. Why didn't you tell me that?
I don't know.
You were embarrassed?
Yes.
Isn't it good?
Good.
It really is. It is
like our friend on Twitter the other day that said he was going to go out and get it, right? And scale of 1 to 10, 10.
I got one with Joel too. Yeah, they're special. I don't know why. It's so weird. I would never get a fish sandwich at any other fast food restaurant.
So tempura, by the way.
I don't think you could pay me to eat a fillet of fish.
Let me tell you a little something about tempura. Okay, as a chef and as a cook, tempura is a little bit like that. Which is better, pep talk or quote? Like if you to you. Like
Coming up next, Justin Turner has said something about the Mariners that we all need to hear.
What?
Apparently, I have not heard this yet. I'm just being told that this is something we need to hear, that he's very opinionated on his time with the Mariners and the organization in general. It's next on Brock and Salk.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans? With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Windows are a home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jake Ewert just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Don't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
All right, 9 o'clock hour, final hour of the Brock and Salk show today, and it will be led by a story that came out this morning in national paper, USA Today. Bob Nightengale, longtime writer, baseball writer, who, again, has not always been like the utmost in accuracy all the time in his reporting, but he writes a long article here with some quotes, many of them from Justin Turner, but from also J.P. Crawford, Logan Gilbert, Cal Raleigh, about the Mariners offseason, the lack of activity, and what it all means. A few of these quotes, especially from Turner, are big. He says, honestly, as much as I wanted to be back there, if I was the only piece they brought back in, I'd be saying the same thing. What the hell are they doing? Are you trying? There's not going to be a better time to go for it, so I don't know what they're doing. I'm very confused. It's a head scratcher for me. He goes on to say there's never going to be a better time in the history of that franchise to have added a couple of bats to make a run than this year, and they missed it. I thought Alonso was a slam dunk. How can you not go after him? Are you kidding me? So that's again one person's opinion. That I mean, it's many people's opinion, but it's not just one person.
But that's someone that was in the building. Yeah, that's and been around baseball and respected by all accounts, right? By all of his peers and everybody in the organization, saying the praises of Turner. This is not some.
I mean, not just saying the praises. I mean, there were stories behind the scenes that what Justin Turner offered was even more valuable to their hitting down the stretch than Edgar.
Yeah.
Not just for what he did on the field,
And
but
this
for
is not
his
a burned.
conversations
This is
and
not a
everything else.
scorched earth Burns X. This is a baseball guy that's been around it a long time. That's pretty hard to hear.
It is, yeah. And it's weird because he said he wanted to come back and was interested. And I'm sure he just looked at the base and was like, hey, they got the nucleus here for a World Series team. Maybe if they bring me back and do a couple other things, I could sneak out in one more World Series before I'm done. So that's obviously the biggest part of this. But there are some quotes in here from current Mariners. This one from J.P. Crawford. That's not our job. I know the fans are mad at certain people, but they're taking it out on all of the players. So I really don't get that. I don't know that I felt that. I mean, maybe he does, and I don't want to put myself in JP's shoes. Do you think that an angry fan base has been taking it out on the players? Maybe. And Mitch Garver certainly complained about it last year. Yeah, I guess as I think about it, maybe there is something to that.
Well, that's the only place you can take it out on. Right, you can't go picket and protest outside, houses
but I
or
would
whatever.
say when I look through our texts and tweets, etc., I don't see the majority of anger being directed at the players. Maybe some, but I don't get a ton of.
But
people
they feel the
mad
brunt
at
of the emotion. They feel it on
That's
a day-to-day basis in the building.
Yes. Yeah, JP's not looking at our tweets and texts and everything else.
Nope.
Said Logan Gilbert, I wouldn't say we're frustrated. We were just kind of waiting to see what happened. You kept hearing rumors and whether we'd sign somebody. Really, I think we were more curious than anything. Let's see. I've got Miller. It's hard because it's not our money. We could say go get everybody. Obviously, there were a lot of guys who were free agents this year who were impact guys, so no one would ever turn down an impact guy for the offense.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, the guys who are in the locker room, that's who we're going with and who we're riding with. We believe in who we have.
Tell Bryce it's a clubhouse. God. Come on, Bryce.
Yeah, Bryce, get it right.
Room. It's a clubhouse.
Get it right, Bryce. What's the matter with you? There's some more for and they talked about last year and the change made with Scott going out and with Dan and Edgar, et cetera, coming in. Justin Turner says there was a definite culture change. I don't really know how to describe it. Just a vibe, a relaxed intensity. You could definitely see a difference in the room, and we've talked about that. Yeah. That maybe Scott was gripping the bat a little too tight, and it was causing everybody to do the same. Mm-hmm. Kirby says with the staff we had and the way we were getting clutch hits with the bats, we would have been trouble for teams for sure. I think he means if they had made the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And Cal says, I think we're all excited with Dan at the helm and Edgar leading the charge. I think the guys are hungrier. There's very good energy going on here. Dan's a good person, but brings a fierce sense of competitiveness. Justin Turner even says that he thinks Jerry catches a bad rap for a lot of these trades and how crazy some of these trades have been. But now being a part of it, I kind of understand. He doesn't have any money to spend, so he's got to create money. Like, okay, is it really Jerry's fault? See, I don't fully agree with all of that. I think he's, again, 16th payroll is not the 25th payroll.
Right.
You got to get those moves right, or else you do end up having to make trades to free it up. But he's not being. This isn't Oakland or Tampa.
You got no. No, it's not. But you also don't have margin if you fail on a Mitch Garver and a Mitch Haniger.
That's right.
Right? You just can't.
But you got to get those right.
You got to get it right.
You got to get those right, and he unfortunately has gotten most of them wrong, and it's led to then having to make moves like the Graveman deal, like the Gino Suarez deal, et cetera, that have been killers for this clubhouse.
Yep. Kind of hard to absorb, man. Just kind of when we are there, and you said this, I don't know if you said it once, you said it 10 times last week. Mm-hmm. When you get in the mix, you just don't feel really any of this. Mm-hmm. Right. And part of that is baseball because you just get in the daily grind of it and you get in the daily activities of it and you see it and you see the strengths and you focus on the strengths. But when you do step away from it a little bit, and then the national guys, especially when they're not as close to it as we are, and they've got a little bit more of a broader view of the entire forest, you can see, the challenge of just impact bats. When you watch a batting practice, we did which is better, right? The bullpen or the batting practice, and you watch these bullpens and you're like blown away. Mm-hmm. Whoa. And then you go watch a batting practice and it's not nearly as...
Because I've seen batting practices that blow you away. We've seen Nelson Cruz take batting
Robbie
practice.
Cano and
I've
Nelson
watched
Cruz
David Ortiz. I've
yes.
watched Manny Ramirez up close take batting practice every day. Yeah. It looks different.
It sounds different.
Here's the thing, though. Here's how I take this article and why I do find it somewhat concerning. Not necessarily because, it's fitting the story that a lot of people already believe. To me, the issue is that you've got players saying it,
mm-hmm.
right? That there is a perception throughout the league, throughout the players, that this is the case. That the players look at this and say, man, they're not taking advantage of the opportunity. It doesn't matter if the players are right or wrong,
mm-hmm.
right? If that is the perception that becomes the reality around the league, it does get harder when you spend or are willing to spend more on Carlos Santana. And he's like, yeah, I'm good.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yep.
I've been there. I've done that. I know what it is. I'd rather stay in Cleveland, and maybe family is a part of that as well. Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to say it would just be because of this, but we know the challenges they've had. They were interested in Trevor Story. They were interested in Marcus Semien. They were interested in Carlos Santana, and they were willing to spend money on all three of those guys,
mm-hmm.
perhaps more than they ended up getting in the three cities they ended up in.
Mm-hmm.
But none of those worked out.
Yeah.
And, when that becomes the norm,
it'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
This perception, I think, matters a lot.
And I know that there is a much, much bigger chasm between the players and the owners in baseball than there is in really any of the other sports. And it's been that way for a long, long time.
Always and forever.
Always and forever.
So is it a huge shock, as I said last week, to hear players ripping owners throughout baseball? No.
No, but it
really
would be. But it would be interesting if they did the anonymous report cards, and maybe Tony should take a page out of the NFLPA and have players do their anonymous, report cards about their place, about their manager, about their facilities, about their ownership, about their right. I mean, it would be a little surprise, in fact, Tony Clark hasn't done some of that in the lead up to what looks like to be a lockout, to get the opinion of the players and the different organizations around all of baseball.
Mm-hmm. Now, there's some positive at the end of this article. I don't want to make it just feel like it's a total rip job. It's not. As I said, he defends Jerry. He says maybe all will be forgiven if the Mariners just get into the postseason. When it comes to pitching, there's nobody better, says new Mariner first baseman Rowdy Tellez. I would take this staff over the Dodgers and anybody else. It's such an electric staff, and you have one of the best catchers in baseball that runs it. Mitch Haniger, almost every guy in the lineup will tell you they had a down year, except for maybe Cal. We're all expected more of ourselves, so we're all motivated. Missing out on the playoffs is never fun, but we all have something to prove and make sure that happened last year never happens again. I mean, there's a lot of good quotes in here, honestly, and it does, to be fair, present a much bigger, more complete picture than just reading the couple of quotes from Justin Turner that do rip the team for the way they've handled this. But it's
yet another voice of another former player that just says, gosh, this is echoing Jeff Passan. It is there. It is the time. It is the window open. Go jump through it.
Let me read you the last quote in here. It's from Logan Gilbert. He says, I feel like we can go toe-to-toe with anybody in the playoffs, whether it's a 3-game, 5-game, or 7-game series. When I was home watching the playoffs on TV, I knew they were the best teams in the league, but I also know we could have played with them. I really believe we're going to give people a run for their money this year.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball.
Our goal really is to come out of spring training and to play that consistent brand of baseball from beginning to end.
Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob as the Seattle Mariners get ready for the 2025 season. All this week from 2 to 7.
What a masterful performance by the big right-hander Logan Gilbert.
And hear every pitch of spring training baseball on Seattle Sports. Streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Holy smokes.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878. 800-948-7878.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. That's Hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
I was having trouble getting up and down my stairs at home. I thought, well, this isn't going to work, because how am I going to go to Utah and do some hiking?
When Judy came to Sound Pain Solutions, her knee pain was preventing her from enjoying an active lifestyle. She was diagnosed with osteoarthritis. She tried numerous treatments and was told she should have surgery. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Judy back to hiking with our comprehensive, non-surgical, and drug-free treatment.
I think that the Trigenics that they do along with the adjustment, the pressure wave, and the PRP are the best options for joint pain. And I would really recommend it to anybody who is suffering from joint pain and would like to avoid surgery.
Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our safe, drug-free, non-surgical treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Seahawks made their moves yesterday, Brock, or at least the first of many. 4 moves made as they release 4 players: Dre Jones, Rayshon Jenkins, George Fant, Roy Robertson-Harris. When you just say it that way, it doesn't sound like that big a deal, but Dre Jones, a couple years ago, was brought in here as the largest free agent signing the team had ever made from outside, and has not lived up to that. Now he gets cut. Rayshon Jenkins, $12 million over 2 years. Last year and this year, he gets released after playing basically half a season. George Fant played 30 snaps. Roy Robertson-Harris, a good trade last year, just probably too expensive. But yeah, it's a very, this one's a little hard for me, because sometimes these guys are just at the end, and sometimes they're guys that you just recently spent some money on that didn't live up to it.
Some of it is just the cost of doing business. Right, you bring in Rayshon Jenkins, you think he's going to be a good pro and a good fit in this system, and then, well, fortunately for you, a younger player beat him out. I mean, Kobe Bryant was a better fit and a better player and a better communicator and all of those things, and thankfully it was in the scheme of things with a $279 million salary cap, not terribly devastating. The Dre Jones is a bit of a bummer that you just wish You could go back to that one. And he was, the number 2 rated defensive tackle in that free agent class, if I remember. The guy from Philadelphia that went to San Francisco that's been okay. But this is the danger when you wade also into day one of free agency, and you better be right. And you've said that a bunch of times. If you're going to do it, you're going to pull the trigger, and you pull the trigger on him, you got to be right because it is an awful lot of money.
And that is going to come up again with names like Drew Dahlman, the center out of Atlanta that's expected to make some coin. If they go down that road, they better be right. Tyler Lockett, likely the next to be released, but they will give him his own special day, which is befitting of a player who's been as classy and as important as Tyler Lockett has been.
And that frees up
here in
another
Seattle.
$17 million and gets you well over $40 million.
Yeah, and then you can talk about Geno Smith and a restructure or just a new deal. And things can open up and change in a hurry.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, we just read you through some of the quotes in today's USA Today article by Bob Nightengale as he takes the Mariners to task and has Justin Turner really taking ownership to task for not investing more in the product and in the roster, the bats this year. It's a mixed bag, though. You get to see, get to read quite a bit from Logan Gilbert and from Cal and from Bryce Miller about, hey, look, we can't control any of that. We like our team and we like where we're going. And that does fit with what we've talked about, right? Julio saying very much the same thing. And maybe some of that us against the world mentality can help this team this year.
But from afar, once again, just a national voice, whether it's Greg Amsinger yesterday as well or David Schoenfeld, just the national guys that aren't as close to it as we are, just kind of weighing in and saying not enough impact. Looking around and comparing it to people in their division or the American League or the teams at the very top and the contenders, not enough impact offensively. All the impact you ever need in a rotation that's one of the youngest and one of the best in baseball.
For darn sure. Ryan Dempster joining Wyman and Bob yesterday was bragging about Bryce Miller, who will pitch tonight against the Royals in Cactus League action. He thinks that there are big things ahead.
I think Bryce Miller, has a real good shot of having that kind of Cy Young caliber season. And in a rotation, with Gilbert, with George Kirby, with Luis, it kind of gets a little bit lost nationally, as to how good this kid really could be. And I think that, there's that potential there to really kind of just shock a lot of people and go out there and, be that guy who might start as the number 3 or the number 4 and end up at the end of the season as the number 1.
So, you know what he ended up last season with? For the entire season, you know what? Bryce Miller, 31 games pitched, 31 starts. Do you know what his whip ended up at the end of last season?
1.12.
0.98.
Jeez, that is
a
remarkable.
sub-1 whip in 31 starts.
That's pretty good year.
Sick.
Pretty good. Ryan Rowland-Smith will be the opening day broadcaster en route, and he's going to join us coming up in just a few minutes.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I don't mean today to be such a day of frustration. My God, I feel like we came in with a whole bunch of things that were positive, right? J.P. Crawford and his ability to bounce back, and Mora brought up the lowered expectations could really be helpful. But, when you're cutting 4 guys, the Seahawks and then the Kraken, you got the trade deadline on Friday, and they just can't get out of their own way. They lose last night to Minnesota 4-3, got down 4-1, battled back, but just not enough. Yanni Gourde did play for the first time in a while after coming back from injury. Maybe he is dealt here in the next couple of days, although Elliot Friedman, 32 Thoughts, is his podcast. He doesn't think that's that likely.
I have heard that Seattle is considered keeping Gourde. I don't know what the chances are, but I've heard they've talked about it. He's an alternate captain there. They do like what he provides on and off the ice. I'm curious to see if they get an extension done.
Yeah, we'll see. He's just been, he was the first guy they took, Brock, in that expansion draft, and it just has not really done what I think everybody hoped it would do.
Good, not great. Good, not great. Unfortunately, a typical thing.
Pretty
much
something.
Culver's, Temper.
No, that's pretty great, not good.
Whew, that's pretty great.
That walleye sandwich, great, not good.
You know what I'm going to do today? I think I got to go get one of those again today.
Where? You can't
Just
get
one
of those.
Sure. Yeah, there's Culver's.
You have them around there?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my gosh, dude.
Oh, you're so jealous right now.
Now it all comes. People have asked me about this. Now I get it. Now I understand. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Not quite everything you need to know.
What else do I need to know?
Because during the break, I'm going to give Lyle credit. I'm hard on the kid.
You are.
I'll admit it. I'm demanding at times. But he pulled out a word speaking about somebody, and I will not mention the name. It's not appropriate. But the word, I'm like, you know what? That's got to get back into the lexicon. With all these things the kids say today, mid, cheeks, all that stuff. He said a word. I'm like, we got to get that going again because it's a great word.
What is it?
Goober.
Oh.
That dude's a goober. And I'm like, that is such a good word.
Bit of a goober.
Oh, what a goober. Wasn't that like 90s? That feels like 90s.
Yeah, 80s, 90s. I feel like it was maybe when it was at its peak.
Oh, that guy's a goober.
It's a bit of a goober. Yeah, what we need in our society is more insults. I feel like that's the one thing we've been missing recently is we haven't found enough ways to insult each other. So hopefully we can bring goober into the lexicon. Ryan Rowland-Smith will join us next.
He's not a goober.
Good dude, and he'll come up in just a moment. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
It sure seems like Geno Smith will be back with the Seahawks in 2025. Two things we heard this weekend that tell us that. First, Mike McDonald's interview with Fox 13.
Geno's our quarterback. I don't understand the conversation.
Tom Pelissero had this to say.
The Seahawks appear to be all in on Geno Smith for 2025.
To me, it's obvious. Geno has to be the guy. You're in a position where you're not going to draft him. You can't still get a quarterback late and hope you develop. But Geno has showed he can win you some ball games.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
All right, look, one of the best parts of being around the pro athletes all of last week was just seeing them, right, physically. They're impressive. They've been working out all offseason. They're in great shape. For the rest of us, we don't have resources, time, et cetera, to devote what they do to diet and exercise. But I'm telling you, you could be in the best shape of your own life, just like some of them, in only 45 days. It's all it takes. I did it. I lost essentially almost a pound a day with the help of Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I lost 10 pounds in the first week, 35 pounds in 8 short weeks. Felt healthy, eating great food, delicious, fresh meals. You buy them at the grocery store. Nothing fake or phony, no pills, no injections. And it really does work. Find out how you can do it as well. A 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation either. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossklinik.com. You've got nothing to lose other than a ton of weight. Go to eastsideweightlossklinik.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Celebrate the best of the best in Washington sports with the 90th annual Sports Star of the Year Award Show on King 5. Legendary athletes and today's stars come together for one spectacular night of sports accolades. Hosted by Steve Rabel and Jordan Babineau, featuring Kenny Mayne, Cal Raleigh, Fred Couples, Jessica Campbell, Gary Payton, and Marshawn Lynch. The 90th annual Sports Star of the Year Award Show presented by Microsoft. Saturday, March 8th at 7 on King 5. Visit seattlesports.org for more.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
I just had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection on my roof because I wanted to be proactive and handle any small problems before they became big problems, and they were extremely professional with their communication and recommendations. You really need an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on mine. Allow them to work for you, too. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, trash takes coming up in 15 minutes. I missed those last week. I'm excited for some trash takes. See the Trash Master back in action, Brock, and see if I can determine which of the three of you has figured out the trashiest take this week.
I got a good one.
I bet you. Do you?
I feel pretty good about mine.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's someone you don't really like.
Oh, well,
Yes.
I mean, you're
And that
cheating.
always plays
You're
well.
playing it up.
I know.
You're playing it up.
I know.
Speaking of that, today the big story came out from Bob Nightengale and some pretty explosive quotes from Justin Turner about the organization and what they've done or not done this offseason. They echo a lot of what you've heard from David Schoenfeld this week and from Greg Amsinger this week. Nightingale's going to be on with Bump and Stacy tomorrow. So if you want to hear some of the behind the scenes and background, it's a somewhat balanced article. Those quotes are the most explosive part of it, but there's some, I think, really good quotes in there from Logan Gilbert and Cal and some of the other guys that are still here in Seattle. So Bob Nightengale will be on the show with Bump and Stacy tomorrow. Right now, it's time for the guy who's going to be there on opening day.
Lyle is getting him on the line.
we don't.
Now.
We don't
my
have
phone
him.
wasn't working for some reason back here.
What, Maura?
So Lyle's doing
Maybe it's because you were slamming it like that. Don't slam the phone.
I slammed it because it wasn't ringing at all, and I was mad.
Wow.
It was showing like it was ringing, but it wasn't.
Did you just show ringing like it was an old rotary phone?
Yeah,
What is going on back there,
No,
Maura?
actually, the digital part makes like a little circle.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Does it make the like...
And I can hear
like the
Lyle
rotary
talking.
phones?
Tell Lyle to stop talking and put Ryan on the air.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Good old rotary
getting him on
phones.
hold now.
Do you hear Lyle talking? He's having a whole conversation.
Lyle, get
Lyle,
off the
get
phone.
off
This
the
isn't
phone.
about
You
you.
told him he was horrible on the phone with Jen Fish, so he's trying to up
This
his game.
isn't about you, Lyle. We need to talk to Ryan. My gosh.
Well, he's there.
Thank God.
Do you want to come on my podcast?
The man Brock
Yeah. So I
once
just get to
said
do
was
interviews
the
on the
opening
podcast?
day starter for the Mariners.
He
Ryan
was.
Rowland-Smith. Good
He
morning,
was.
Ryan. How are you?
What's up, guys? Sorry, Lyle's keep me on the phone talking about the Mariners OPS early July of 2022. I'm like, dude, what are we talking about? No, I'm kidding. No, Lyle, I love you, mate. No, it was good to hear your voice, man. I was surprised when I heard from you, so we're all good.
Ryan, were you an opening day starter for the Mariners or not? I'm trying to remember. I thought you were. Opening day starter?
No, I opened. I was the home opener.
Yes!
So
that's what I said.
It fell on my day. Dude, I was in rotation with like Felix and no. Yeah, so no. I'm not getting. Could you imagine if midway through spring training, you got Felix Hernandez in the clubhouse, and they're like, "Hey Ryan, we need to see you." I'm like, "I'm getting DFA'd," and they're like, "Oh, you're the opening day starter." I'd be embarrassed to walk back out in that clubhouse. Are you kidding me? But no, it fell on my day. It was awesome. Randy Johnson did the ceremonial first pitch.
Yeah, we were there.
And I remember, yeah. And I remember because he's, I've got a legend stand next to me. I'm thinking to myself, dude, ask him something witty, ask him something good. And I was just like, I asked the dumbest question. I can't remember what it was. He looked at me like, who is this? Who is this dude? So, yeah, but that was it. That was the day. Good
Who's
times.
this bloke?
We were there. We interviewed Randy that day. You remember that, Brock? We interviewed him down on the field. It's the only time I've ever talked to him. And he was super nice. We thought, and we'd heard he was kind of mean and nasty and hated the media.
No.
But he was delightful. Maybe that was before you asked him whatever dumb question you asked him. I don't know. Do you think Bedard was...
He literally looked at me like, sorry, who are you again? And like
I'm starting tonight.
No, it wasn't that bad. But no, he was cool with me. It was
Do you think Bedard had that same reaction when Eric Bedard was named the opening day starter in what was that, 2008? Do you think he came out of the same managers meeting like super embarrassed to go back into the clubhouse?
Well, you know what? Okay, he was talented the year prior.
Super talented.
He led the league in strikeouts with the Orioles. But he was that guy. There was two occasions where I was like, dude, who are you? And not in the sense of Randy Johnson saying it to me, because when he first came over spring training, as you know, Mike, you had to deal with him.
Yep.
And the whole thing with him was avoiding the media at all costs. They're the enemy. And like I was a young, impressionable, pitcher, so I kind of looked up to that and said, oh, I guess he's onto something here. And then I never forget, you got Felix Hernandez, like I said, same rotation. They gave the opening day start to Eric Bedard. And he walked out, he's like, oh, man, I can't believe I got to talk about this. I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? And I was like, is that how it is? Is that how you're supposed to act? And then the second time, I never forget, I believe he got traded to the Red Sox from the Mariners.
Yep.
I don't know. I wasn't with the organization. Yeah, and I remember texting him saying, hey, man, congrats. And he was upset about that because he had to go pitch in a playoff run. I was like, who is this person? Unbelievable.
That was a few weeks after he had been hurt, of course, and he went out to throw a bullpen that a bunch of scouts were going to be watching because he get dealt, and he purposely tanked his bullpen and started throwing the ball over the head of the catcher so that he wouldn't get traded because he didn't want to leave. Anyway.
Oh, my God. Anyway,
this doesn't need to be an interview about Eric Bedard, but those stories are.
Can we get to the meat, please?
Do we have to?
Yes.
What's the meat?
I think I followed Ryan Rowland-Smith's feelings from a few weeks ago. I made a proclamation yesterday, Ryan, that Logan Gilbert's going to be the opening day starters for the Mariners, and I think you made a very similar sentiment a couple weeks ago. Do you believe that to be the case in 3 weeks?
I agree with you. I think that you got a young player, part of this young core, and I get it. Look, Luis Castillo, there's an article, Daniel Kramer wrote about. He's got his 3 goals, one of them to be the opening day starter, which is kind of out of your control. I mean, you've kind of already sort of set what you're doing, except for how you perform in spring training, but I don't think it really matters too much. But you got Logan Gilbert coming off 200-plus innings. There's only a couple people who can accomplish that feat nowadays because pitching is so different. MLB All-Star, he has just a way about him in that clubhouse and the way he interacts with some of the young players in a leadership role, and I get it, so does Luis Castillo. But I just look at him and say, you know what, as an opening day starter, it means a ton. If Logan Gilbert, he talked to you guys last week, and it was interesting. I was listening to you guys interview some of those players. And a lot of these guys, Logan's kind of year, if you will, like in regards to where they're at in their career, they just sound so more relaxed and way more open and conversational than what they did 12 months ago. And I just, he obviously said in not so many words. He said it means the world to him to be the opening day starter. So I think if it means that much to him, he's coming off a great year, 200-plus innings, made every start, so on and so forth. I think he's the opening day starter for sure.
Talking to Ryan Rowland-Smith. Sorry about that.
Jeez, what are you looking
Well,
for?
we had a little breaking news while we were talking that I thought I would just. I'm sorry to jump in here with it.
News.
Not major breaking news. I mean, certainly not unexpected. But Tyler Lockett just tweeted, I really enjoyed being in Seattle. I met so many great people and captured so many great memories. The 12s really made this place meaningful, although my time on the Seahawks may have run its course. I'm thankful for everything. God gets all the glory forever. So just wanted to report it and put it out there. I don't think there's a huge shock, and we all know this is coming, and we'll probably spend a lot of our show tomorrow on it. But part of radio is immediacy, and this just happened within the last minute or two. So apologies, Ryan. I didn't mean to space out on you while you were making some really great points about listening to us, of all things. So that's that one's on me.
If you need me to call back, I can call back later on in the week.
No, because then you'd have to talk to Lyle for another 90 seconds.
We don't need that. I feel very confident that one player on this team, beyond Julio is the thing that makes everything work offensively. But when I look at X factors that could turn this offense around, one guy means more to me because of his upside than anyone else on this team. If I ask you that question, who is your non-Julio offensive X factor?
Oh, man. I mean, there's so many. We spent the whole winter talking about adding offense, and then you go internally, like, hold on a minute. If player A does this, if player B does that. For me, I talked about last week on the radio last Friday, I talked about J.P. Crawford. I feel like he's going to have a comeback, a bounce-back year. But the one guy, and I've said this all winter long, and I'm curious how he kind of reacts because he's in a different situation, and that's Victor Robles. The guy came off a situation with the Washington Nationals where kind of had a little bit of not a chip on his shoulder, but he was kind of forced into a corner where he had to make major adjustments, not just physically but mentally. As the season went on, the Mariners rewarded him with an extension, and as Brock, you know this, as when athletes, when their situation changes, they go from essentially being let go to trying to prove themselves again to all of a sudden, hey, look, no, we are going to give you guaranteed money. Your attitude naturally, and it's human nature, it adjusts a little bit. And all I've been hearing from spring training, and there was an article that came out today about, ball of energy and how he's comfortable in Seattle and everything else. With him, I think he makes such an impact, even on Julio, who's been there for a couple of years. And some of these, and even Randy Rosarina, he makes such an impact. The three of them at the top of a lineup can make a massive impact. But I just think with Victor Robles, if he has a little bit of that hunger left from, hey, you know what, I'm going to prove you wrong because I was a stud a couple of years ago. I flatlined a little bit, but I'm still that guy. If he has a little bit of that hunger, I think, man, he can have an impression on so many other players on the offensive side of things at the top of that lineup. So
I like that answer. It's an interesting one. I sort of would build off your JP point. I said earlier today, I agree with you because his injuries last year were oblique and hand, two things that will linger with a player all year long. Your Robles take is an interesting one. For me, that's been Randy Arozarena because in my mind, he's just got so much talent and upside. But let me ask you, if both of those guys play to the top of their ability, who's got more upside, Robles or Arozarena?
I think, guys, that's a great question. I think Randy, in regards to athleticism and the way the Mariners like to shape things out with this lineup, as opposed to, these offenses are like, you look at some of these offenses on the East Coast, and you have, player A who's dropping 45 home runs, and then they've got protection next to him. I think the way this lineup's built, I think that, with Randy Arozarena, if he goes off like he did a couple years ago from an athletic standpoint and plays, and again, look, this is going to sound crazy because we're talking about offense, but plays good defense along with it. I just think that really impacts a team a ton. And in regards to upside, I think, I have to agree with you. I really do. Because, man, he can do so many different things. Randy Arozarena can when he is at his peak. Last year, going into that season with Tampa, talking to people, the big thing, he wanted to hit for more power. And it just kind of it took away some of the other elements of his game. I think coming into this spring training, if he just gets back to that situation where he can line balls into right center field, run the bases a little bit better, I think it's going to be, it's going to be, good things. The other part is this too, man. And again, going back to the offseason in regards to not going out and getting that bat. You look at, the first 3 months, we starved for offense. 3.66 runs per game. All of a sudden, you had a Victor Robles. Even when you got a Julio who's down, dealing with an injury, and then you get Randy Rosarina. You're talking. It wasn't just a 1 month situation. You're talking 4.5 runs. That's good for 10th, 11th in the league. With this pitching, man, if you can spread that out over 6 months, man, they're in business, regardless of who they added in the offseason or didn't add.
Ryan, unfortunately, because Moore's phone broke and Lyle kept you for 90 seconds, we're going to have to you only have about 15 seconds for this answer. But, inquiring minds want to know, how are you getting yourself ready for your first opening day start in the broadcast?
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm prepping like crazy. I've been laying low. I did the World Baseball Classic last week, but now I'm starting to switch gears into Mariners baseball. I'm getting to spring training next week, and just trying to get all the stories. But no, I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to opening day and a big season. We've got a really fun broadcast crew, a lot of different elements to it. Can't wait, and I'm honored, absolutely grateful for the opportunity to do opening day. I can't wait.
Well, I will say this, since within our last 30 seconds, there couldn't be a more deserving person. There is no one who works harder. I have not met too many people in baseball that I like more than Ryan. He is one of the most normal humans in the sport. And when he was a player, thankfully he did not listen too much to Eric Bedard and become a media hater, etc. I think his affability and charisma was never going to allow that to happen. So, Ryan, we couldn't be happier for you. You're going to kill it this year. You and Angie, really excited for both you guys. It's going to be an awesome, awesome season for you both. And congrats from the bottom of our hearts. We really love it for you.
That means the world. I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate you guys having me on, and I'm looking forward to hanging out with you guys more on air and seeing around the ballpark.
Did I see a new dog?
That means a ton.
Did I see a new dog at your house?
We got trash.
Did I see a new dog at your house?
We got stuff to
4
do.
months old boxer puppy. I'm pulling my hair out, but he's super cute. But yeah, trying to raise him, do the right things.
I bet.
It's like having a third kid.
Just what you needed. It's just what you needed.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Ryan Rowland-Smith. He will be opening day in the booth with Aaron Goldsmith. We appreciate it, man. Talk soon. Congrats.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right,
Thank
there you go. And yes, the news did occur while we were talking to Ryan. Tyler Lockett released, according to him, he has a very nice tweeted message to the fans.
And Schefter, by the way. Schefter.
Did he have it also? Okay. Yeah. I just see Tyler. And no, I've not been blocked. Somebody said, who sent Salk the Tyler thing? I'm sure he's blocked. That's not nice. Tyler hasn't blocked me yet. I really enjoyed being in Seattle, he says. I met so many great people, captured so many great memories. It's an interesting word, captured so many great memories, and I think it's somewhat fitting when you see the pictures with it. And one of them is that ridiculous catch he made, wearing the action green right at the corner of the end zone, totally outstretched, feet just barely toes touching inbounds. It's pretty cool. It was a great career for Tyler Lockett here in Seattle.
Yeah, I think even beyond great. I mean, he's going to be, I would think, a Ring of Honor guy. To the level of accomplishment and the sustainability of that, not easy to do. I think him and Doug, you start to look at the annals of the greatest Seahawk wide receivers. Obviously, Steve's at the top of it as a Hall of Famer, Mr. Largent. But you start to then just to peel it back a little bit.
Interesting. All three guys really got the most out of who they were, don't you think? Like really got the most.
Like an undrafted free agent and a third rounder.
Yeah. Yeah. And I wouldn't mind just 1 second here before we do trash takes. I got to throw a little credit to my guy Brock, because he called the Tyler Lockett thing before that draft. Before Tyler Lockett was even drafted here, Brock said, "I want this guy."
Love that guy.
He did. You loved him at K-State. You knew that he would be a dynamic returner. I don't know that you realized he was going to go on to the full career that he had. I don't mean to exaggerate it, but it's why you always want to make sure you listen to Brock in these pre-draft conversations. And we're 50 days before the draft. The little nuggets and people that Brock tends to point out as being good fits for the Seahawks, or being guys that he's seen on the road that he thinks are going to be good pros, tends to be pretty right on, and Tyler Lockett's a very good example of that. Now, let's go from good takes to trash takes.
Yeah, let's do that.
Lyle's panicking back there.
Is he still talking to
He's
Ryan?
still talking to Ryan.
Yeah.
He's talking to Rowland-Smith.
Hey, Ryan, have you heard about my marine layer? Can I get you on there for the 52nd time on my podcast?
Get it together. Don't look like trash.
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
What's the new Mike? Didn't we have a new Mike McDonald one too, where he said that's an awful take or something?
With Chris Sims and Gloria. That's a bad take.
That's a bad take. So we had a terrible take and a bad take.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's just
I think Lyle sounds fed up with you guys.
I can't get the jetfish thing right, and then when I go the full 180 with hyphen, I can't get that right. Just there's no winning with you two.
I mean, the win is, I think, when we go to trash takes to have the sound ready to fire.
Lyle, are you still a rookie? I mean, are you still in year one?
Yes.
Okay. Then stop whining. You're a rookie.
Yeah. You're lucky
Run the
Brock
board.
doesn't make you carry his pads.
Run the board.
You're lucky, Brock. You know what? I'm done. Let's hear the trash takes. This is where the three of you give me your trash takes. And as the master of trash takes, I decide which one is worst. Lyle, since you've been berated so far today, why don't you go first? Give us your trash take for this week.
All right. Man, I got to tell you. I don't know what Travis Hunter's on about, but he was asked at the NFL Combine this week about.
This is good.
This was good about what he does versus what Shohei does, and here was his answer. Oh, and there's no sound.
Because it's a lot
Yeah, I'm on one today, aren't I?
probably me what I do in football because it's a lot on your body. You know, Tony, he's a great player, but you got to do a lot in football.
Oh, gosh. What's harder? What's harder? He was asked.
Travis, you might be a bust in the NFL for all we know. You're doing this in college with a skill set that's way more similar than having to pitch and hit.
In the Big 12.
Shohei's doing this at the highest level against the best pitchers and hitters that have ever been on this earth. You still might be a bust in the NFL. You're doing this, in the Big 12 in college. Like, don't tell me what you're doing's harder than Shohei. It's not. There's no way.
That's a trash take.
That's pretty trash.
That's
All
a
right,
good
that's
pull,
the first one. Travis Hunter. Brock, what do you have for us this week?
I got your dear friend LeBron. Poor guy. Oh,
What's happening with LeBron?
Oh, Salk, he never wanted to be the face of the NBA. Why would he?
He didn't want to be?
Salk, he never wanted to be.
Oh.
Why would he? Why
That's
would
probably
anybody?
why he hasn't sought out the spotlight during
Why
his
would
20-year
anybody?
career.
Listen, LeBron, why would anybody want to be the face of the NBA?
I mean, it's unfortunate, but like, I don't know. Why do you want to be the face of a league when all the people that that cover our game and talk about our game on a day-to-day basis on everybody? I mean, that responsibility. It's just weird. It's weird energy from the people that I don't know. But Channing, he said it. He said it perfectly. He couldn't say it no better. But Ant said he don't want it. Obviously I didn't ask for it, but I knew there was a responsibility for me. Not only to my family, my friends, my community, and whoever that was going to follow my journey throughout my career. Not only in Ohio when I started there, but all over America and all over the world when I traveled all over the world. So.
Never want to be the face.
That one really goes on for a while.
Yeah, never want to be the face.
Okay.
Why would you want to be the
LeBron doesn't want to be the face of the
Never
NBA.
wanted to
All
be
right.
the face.
I heard that one. Maura, what do you have for us this week?
I'm straight up pandering.
Oh.
So I have one from Richard Sherman.
All right.
This is his take on his podcast on the Combine being useless.
I hate the Combine for a number of reasons, and I would never do it again. But I hate it more because they try to BS on my stuff all the time. Like, I ran a 4.51 and a 4.54, and now you look on the website and they put 4.6. I'm like, when did I ever run a 4.6? God, like literally in every bit of my combine, I ran 4.51 and 4.54. Now to tell the story, I guess they're like, Richard Sherman ran a 4.6. I said, dang, like. I mean, I'm okay. I was 4.51 and 4.54 if you want to give me my slow time, but you don't got to make stuff up. I think the Combine is a sham, and it's just something to fill the offseason.
Okay, easy answer this week. I would like to go through these. All of you.
But again, total lie. Richard Sherman, what they write down, 4.53. It's just a total lie. It's just not being honest. I just Googled it and looked at it. 4.53.
And it's just kind of typical to be like, I don't think it did me favors, so it's useless. But like, there are a lot of guys that go there that I think it helps.
All right, let me go through. Brock, you're the clear loser this week. LeBron is not saying what you said he was saying.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Poor diva.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he was saying. He said, look, I didn't ask for it, but I understand that I am. And he was very clear. What he was doing is something that I've heard a lot of, is ripping some of the old head NBA commentators who they think are too hard on today's players and are not doing a good job of promoting the league. LeBron's not alone on that, and I think that you are misconstruing some of LeBron's thoughts.
Whatever.
As usual, I stand with LeBron.
Yeah, right.
I thought about the Travis Hunter one. It's dumb. There's no doubt about it. It's very dumb. And Lyle, in another week, you might have had an opportunity to win this one. But Shohei, look, he's gotten hurt doing it twice. Like, you got to be able to do it day in, day out. Here's my question. Do you think Travis Hunter's ever watched Shohei?
One, no.
I don't either.
But two, like, Travis Hunter doesn't even really play like full-time both
No, he
ways the
doesn't.
way Shohei does.
And he's gotten hurt both years doing it.
That's true.
In the Big 12?
I just wonder, do you think Travis Hunter's ever watched Shohei Ohtani?
No,
I don't either,
absolutely
which
not.
is sort of what makes that whole thing ridiculous to me. But
And
sure,
then
shut
Mora,
up. I mean, just
Mora.
ridiculous.
Throw your roses at Mora. Give her the rose.
Mora wins, and it's not
There you
even
go.
close. Anytime
Timber.
Sherm doesn't like something, he just says it didn't happen.
That's right.
It's ridiculous.
Even though it says you ran 4.53. Doesn't say you ran 4.6.
I was panicking trying to come up with a trash take for today,
Man.
and then I was like, "Who?"
Whoa.
I was going through all
This
the
is
list
easy?
of like, if I get it this person or it's related to this person, then I'll win.
Yep. We'll see what office Sherm ends up getting
Cha-ching.
appointed to when it's all said
Way
and
to
done.
go, Mora. Way to go.
We got to get out of here.
Congrats.
Mike Mayock is going to join us tomorrow. We
On
will also,
video.
Yes. We will also have Here's the Thing at 8 o'clock and some other fun stuff as well. So stick
Oh,
around
please
for.
send your Here's the Thing submissions.
Oh, we don't have a lot.
Well, I don't think have we asked for it much
No,
this
but
week?
we didn't ask last week, and they just kept coming, so I thought maybe we were good now.
Doesn't always happen.
All right, go download the app and do that. Stick around for Bump and Stacy. They are coming up next. Wyman and Bob after that from Peoria. This is Brock and Salk, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. You know where the hay is, Brock?
Barn.
That's exactly right. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Clint Kubiak, your brand new OC, joining us right now in studio. What were some of the weapons here you were most intrigued by, or maybe you kind of started thinking once you knew you got the job, like,
obviously it starts with the quarterback. Really impressed with Geno, DK, Jax, Noah Fant. There's a lot of pieces to be excited about, but there's also going to be some new pieces we add to the roster. That's the really fun part of coaching is getting to be a part of guys' careers.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
At Sound Pain Solutions, some of the most difficult cases we see are patients suffering from failed back surgery syndrome. Bill is an avid golfer, but his pain got so bad he couldn't play and was considering surgery.
My back was killing me. I could not play any more golf. I could not walk more than half a block. I did not want surgery on my back, and I researched many different ways of getting this fixed. Behind that was horror stories from my friends who had back surgery, but it wasn't worth it, and I just made conclusion to that. There's got to be another way.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Bill back on the course without the risk of surgery. We did this using non-invasive, FDA-cleared procedures like non-surgical decompression, laser, pressure wave, and bioelectrical treatments. Now, Bill is back to playing golf and enjoying life. Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people, and we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you. With aggressive auto insurance lawyers on your side, you will secure the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
In a sea of thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing continues to stand out. And guess what? They got openings this winter for your roof project. Call 425-949-8252 or go to riversideroofingllc.com. The roofing company you can trust.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less. And soon, one expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seahawks are releasing longtime veteran wide receiver Tyler Lockett. Lockett announced it himself this morning on X with a farewell to fans and the city. The move frees up $17 million in cap space for Seattle. Lockett finishes his career with the Seahawks, ranking second only to Steve Largent in career receptions, receiving yards, and receiving touchdowns. We've got more on this story coming your way in 30 seconds.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.